Good afternoon. I'd like to call our June 29th board meeting to order, please. Need a motion to go into closed session.
Something's wrong with mine. Personnel matters as provided in North Carolina General Statutes 143-31811A1 and A6 and 115C 319 through 321 to discuss confidential student matters as provided in North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11A1 and 115C 402, and to consult with the attorney for the Board of Education in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in North Carolina General Statute 143-31811A3.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you.
Oh, I know what the issue is. What you're. Microphone is coming unplugged.
Yeah. What's the stuff loose?
We gotta check these microphones. You gotta come have it.
Yep.
It's not that it's unplugged. Is it the wrong one?
Yeah, go to your right. That's it.
Check 1, 2.
One.
Check 1, 2. Nothing should have changed from last week.
I think, for whatever reason, she was slid over one mic.
But either way, I mean, the microphone should never have been unplugged.
Yeah, I don't know why.
How loud do you have it? I mean, I guess is it where it was supposed to be set?
Yeah.
Check 1, 2. Audio. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
1, 2.
Sounds good.
Sounds very warm in here.
You may want to turn down your house speaker down.
I know that. If it sounds fine in your end, that's all that matters. I can adjust that. It's just I don't understand how things get off from one meeting to the next.
Yeah, I don't know how that got moved.
I'd like to say thank you for having me here this afternoon. 1, 2, 3. I don't. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't seem too hot though here. 1, 2, 1, 2.
You may want to turn down your masters on your.
It may be exactly that. 1, 2. Check.
That
1.
sounds good.
What?
That sounds pretty good to me.
Check 1, 2. I'm just getting a bit of a ring. But I mean, let's not mess. Your audio sounded fine with the last meeting.
Right.
One, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Audio. Audio.
Sounds good.
It sounds good. Do I got the same level as what's coming in on those other mics?
It appears to be, yeah.
All right. Just seems louder in here.
I think they just have different pickups.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Audio, 1, 2, 3.
While you're there, you may want to move Miss Strickland's nameplate.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she moved herself.
I don't know.
Because that microphone should have been the same one that was on last week, or
Right. And I haven't moved the pot or anything on my end, so I don't know. Yeah, well, I'll turn it down.
Again, I'd like to welcome everyone to our June 29th board meeting. At this time, I need a motion to come out of closed session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you. If you would, Mr. Gordon, if you could lead us in the pledge, please.
Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, item of business today, we need to discuss our superintendent's search and the options, possibilities, because this is something that is, time is of essence for us on this, so we need to get started on how we're gonna do it. I just wanted to bring to the board and some options and some ideas that I've had. Ms. Cornetto, if you would, can chime in at any time. The last time we had a superintendent search, we did the search ourselves. I think in an effort to try to save the district some money. The only cost we incurred, I think, were advertising costs. We did advertise. It's probably, it is the least expensive option. There again, I say the cost or advertisement, the possibility of travel or lodging toward the end of the search when we narrow it down to 2, 3, or 5 or whatever, if we have to bring them in from out of town. We would need some assistance from the attorney's office as far as guidance to make sure that we're, following the procedures and the regs and general statute, laws, rules, whatever. The other option, this second option, we can use a search firm. A search firm would be beneficial in a lot of different ways. Number one, the component of reaching out to a wider group of candidates. We probably don't get that in advertisement. However, if we use a search firm, they're going to reach out. They already have, some of them I'm sure have databases already that consist of candidates, and they would probably match the candidate to who they thought best suited the situation that we might have. There's a couple of, there again, the outreach part of using a search firm, in my opinion, is got an advantage to doing it ourselves. A couple of options, of course, the North Carolina School Board Association is willing to do it. They offer the service. I spoke with Allison Schaefer some about it last week. Their fees typically run between $21,000 and upwards to $30,000, depending on what all it entails for them. There are some other groups. There's a Mason Borough group, excuse me. They're headed up by Dr. Eddie West, is that right, Ms. Cornetto? He's a former superintendent in the state of North Carolina. I think he's had 3 or 4 different superintendent positions. I think that they probably are gonna be a little less expensive than the North Carolina School Board Association. And there are other national firms out there that we can use as well. In my opinion only, I mean, this is for discussion, but we need to make some headway on the direction we're gonna go. If we decide to use outside firms, search firms, I've spoken with Mr. Schwartz, and they're willing to comprise, in other words, they'll reach out to several different firms. They'll put it all together for us. I did speak with him about the cost of it, because I know those are big issues for us right now. He's assured me that it'll be a minimum. Ms. Cornetto, we've talked a couple hours at the most working on this, but I think it would be well worth it because, they're going to comprise the proposals and then present them to the board. So with saying that, I mean, I'm open the floor up for suggestions, conversation, comments. What's the direction of the board? Mr. DeMarco,
So we got we can do it. We can hire a search firm to do it. The North Carolina School Board Association could help us, or possibly Mr. Schwartz's law firm can help us with it.
I'm sorry.
Is that
you
what you
have to
said?
repeat that.
Mr. Schwartz's law firm could help us with the search as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And all they're gonna do, what their role in it would be, if we choose to go that route, is to ask for their assistance in putting the proposals together that the search firm would give us, that will give us the candidates, and then I guess you can help us, Katie.
And just as a point of clarification, our firm has done superintendent searches for districts in the past, but I think what Mr. West and Mr. Schwartz talked about was actually having our firm reach out to get you a few proposals for you all to consider which firm or not to go with.
That's right, as far as the
Oh, all
search
right.
firms, right.
That's right.
So,
To help us find a search firm.
right.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, that's exactly right, so. And they're gonna, I guess they'll run the gamut. I think, Mason Borough's probably somewhere around 15,000, I think, is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't know because they're located somewhere down close to Wilmington, I think.
That's right.
I don't know, and I know absolutely nothing about them, so their ability to reach out nationally, I don't know.
Right. And I think that's what the benefit of getting a wide array of proposals for you all to consider. You can see the features that each different search would offer you
Right.
and see what fits with your all needs.
So, if we could get, maybe 5 proposals from search companies, I think then that's the first step, and then we can go from there. I mean, we can use them, we don't have to use them. But it's a process that we need to start, because, we're gonna be looking for a superintendent probably, I'm not gonna say at the worst time possible, but in the middle of the year. And so we need to go ahead and be, and laying the groundwork for how we're gonna do it, so that if there's any, candidates out there that may be interested, that they at least will be on their radar. So, anything else you wanna add, Ms. Cornell?
No, not unless there are any questions.
So, Mr. Chair, is your recommendation that we have Swartz and Shaw put together the proposals for us, and then we as a board can come back and pick who we think should do our search?
That's what I think we should do.
Okay.
But there again, I've expressed to Mr. Swartz, the situation that Wayne County Public Schools is in, and we certainly don't need to be, we need to do this as feasible as we can, so.
Well, then, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that we act on your recommendation to collect several proposals from companies that do superintendent searches and bring that back to the board for review.
Is that in the form of a motion, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion about it?
Yeah, like, I have the same concerns about the cost. We don't know how much it's gonna cost for Schwartz to.
All I can tell you, Mr. Falk, he and I discussed that this afternoon, very specific to the cost. And he assured me that he thought that it would be anywhere with a minimum of probably 2 hours. So,
But Max,
I've never been here for a search, so that's why I'm
all
not.
right.
I didn't know if it was like these companies are just gonna come to us and say, hey, let us give you a proposal, or if we actually need a middleman to find these companies.
No. Ms.
And
Cornell?
just to explain, Mr. Schwartz has done this a number of times for a lot of districts, and I think when he reaches out to these firms, they're comfortable having, worked with him in the past. He estimated a couple of hours for us to do that gathering process to bring you all, as opposed to you all trying to collect those yourselves and have to wait for, he has obviously contacts with folks to be able
Oh, yeah.
to get them quickly to you and efficiently, and knows that you all want to move quickly.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion?
the only other piece will be on the back end of date-wise, when we should have it in.
Well, and then once we decide, if that's the route we decide to go, then I will contact, or Dr. Merrill can contact, Schwartz and Shaw's office tomorrow, as early as tomorrow, if that's the route we choose to go. And because I think we need to put this together pretty quickly as far as getting proposals in here, because then that's just the beginning of it. Then we've got the phase of weeding through the proposals and trying to choose the best option that fits our need. And then, of course, it's gonna be not time consuming, but it will take time to get, candidates I just, that's where we need to be, in my opinion, so. Is that something you think y'all could, that you could start pretty quickly?
Absolutely. I believe I understood that Mr. Schwartz could put out a request for those proposals and have a response to you all next week after the holiday,
Okay,
at the latest.
all right. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. All opposed? Thank you. Okay, our next, item of business, Mr. Aaron Bugliosi, you gonna get him, Mr. Dirksen? Will be our school operations specialist presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harrell.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Aaron Bollier. I'm happy to be with you this evening. I'm here on behalf of School Operations Specialist, presenting to you our update on where we are with the financial review of Wayne County Public Schools. So with that said, I apologize. I know some of the information in tonight's presentation you've heard in other contexts, in other different presentations, so on and so forth, but we wanted to give it all to you in our contextual overview so you can see how we believe things tie together, what the different parts and pieces are that need to be considered moving forward, and what the scope of the work that we agreed to do for Wayne County Public Schools was under the timeline of June 3rd through July 15th. So first and foremost, who are we as school operations specialists? We're a new company formed. We were formed in February 2020. I'm the president and owner of School Operations Specialists. I retired with 30 years of experience in school districts. My last experience was with Durham Public Schools. I started out there as CFO, I worked as Chief Operating Officer, and then actually served as interim superintendent before I stepped aside. But all that said is I have a vast array of experience working in two different districts, a more wealthier district, and then an eastern part of the state, working for more than 20 plus years in a low wealth district, very similar to Wayne County Public Schools. So again, different backgrounds, different experiences. What we do is we not only employ former employees, we employ current employees. They're the most abreast people of what's going on in today's world. They're living it every day. They're experiencing it every day. So we reach out to current administrators that work with us on the side. They work nights and evenings, weekends, helping us put some of this data together. Again, once you've been out of it a little while, you stay current dealing with different activities, but you stay the most current when you're actually in it every day dealing with the different challenges and opportunities. Myself, I've worked as an independent contractor doing very similar work. We do a vast array of work. Financial is probably the one that we specialize in, but we do everything from yellow bus studies, transportation efficiencies, salary reviews, all across the gamut of the different operational areas, trying to bring about efficiencies and different enhancements to districts. We have a unique business approach in that, again, we have people that are available, but we apply those people based upon what you need. One of the things you'll strongly see here tonight in some of the data and some of the information we've created for Wayne County Public Schools is we've gone out and we've sought the expertise of, I'm a little bit biased, but of the best budget person in the state. And he's helped create some documents that hopefully Wayne County Public Schools can move forward in the formulation of its budget. Looking at trend analysis, breaking down the last 5 years worth of data. Everybody asks people in my role and in former administrative positions, make the finances simple. Make it something that everyone can understand. Well, that's a challenge that everyone has to try to deal with. But I can tell you, as a board, as a community, as an organization, it's not something that is normal to most groups, but you have to understand the way the chart of account works. How does that chart break out expenditures? How can you look at that detail at a high level all the way down to the expenditure level? And once you get that knowledge, it will start to make more sense to you. So again, one of the things we've provided is a budget expert that has helped create some of those documents for Wayne County Public Schools. A lot of people like to make assumptions. They want to tell you where the money went. If you follow the trail of the money, you see where it's spent over the last 4 years, where it's been coded, what's come out of your local funds. Local and state kind of mesh together, so you have to look at them in combination. You can see where your resources have gone, what has increased, what have been the drivers within your budget. So hopefully that will become more transparent as we present. And then again, we try to do it with the highest level of integrity and with keeping our values. One of the things you'll see tonight, and you'll hopefully get out of this presentation, is we tell you what we see. You know, we don't try to sugarcoat anything. What we see, what we predict through all the information, we tell you like we see it, so that you can get an honest, valued approach to that. I'm not going to go through all this, but this was the scope of work with school operations specialists. You can read through these, the public can read through these, but basically what we agreed to do was assist the district in closing out the school year. One of the slides in the next slide will show you had a finance officer that left the district on May 26th. It's a challenge for even an experienced person to go through all the things that take place with a closeout of a school year. You have 12 months of activity come to a screeching halt. I think your interim finance officer presented to you at your work session Thursday. You received different pots of money in dollar allotments, positional allotments, categorical allotments. So again, having grown up through this and knowing how to maximize that, it's very important that you do that at year end, that you don't leave any dollars on the table. And hopefully, again, as we present to you tonight, you'll see what is your financial position. Where are we predicting you at June 29th of this year? Not waiting until June 29th of next year to tell you where you are. Seeing where the picture is. Dr. Merrill mentioned this at your last meeting. If we had more familiarity with the organization, we could probably even go ahead and close you out with the payables and receivables. But right now we don't have that. We've been working in your district for 3 weeks. We hope we paid all the people that we would pay at this point. We hope we've got a good understanding of what's coming in and maybe receivables to the district, but having that what we call 13th period to go into July to get that more accurate picture. We've been in communication with your auditors. They're in agreement that that is okay under these situations. And again, we'll point some of that out in some of the additional slides. But we agreed to help you through June 30th, make sure all the things that are reported to the state are done accurately, make sure all the entries that have to go to the state are booked on your books. We also agreed to help with COVID funds, and we'll show you a slide. How much COVID funds have you received? How has that been reflected on this year's expenditures and also next year's expenditures? Being a prior chief operating officer for a district, I can't even imagine what it is to sit in the seats today and predict what school is going to look like next year. Where's the revenue going to come from? Who's going to make up the shortfalls if we're not in school as an official school unit? If ADM drops even more than it may be dropping with the declining population, but if students decide not to come back to school and the state allots you on a best 1 of 2 months of your first 2 months, you know, again, all of those are challenges, but again, we'll point those things out, but we help make sure that we are working within the state guidelines to spend the COVID-19 money that has come to you at the federal and state level by June 30th. I will tell you, and I think administration could support this, it's been an ever-changing scenario from the state. They were holding webinars last week on how to spend the money, what was qualified. You've got to shut down a $200 million operation, shut down the books, and they're still sending out clarification of what is allowable under those expenditures. So again, working within the parameters, being accountable for what we've got, providing documentation and transparency moving forward. We've worked with your staff. And then last and foremost, part of this agreement or part of the scope of work, we brought in what we believe, again, in these circumstances where you have a cash flow issue, where you have a negative fund balance, we employed an enhanced revenue expense reduction specialist. They have expertise in areas that your average CFO, COO, superintendent may not have. They look at sales tax refunds. They look at your energy bills. Is there dollars they can help this district recoup that, again, someone with expertise, those would be separate agreements. They'll bring proposals forward, and you'll have the choice to be able to decide, do you want to pursue those services moving forward? But again, given your cash flow situation, having a negative fund balance, we felt that was of value to the district. Don't leave any dollars on the table. Go for all opportunities, turn over every rock you can. We hope that we're not taking from the state if they owe us prior sales tax money. But again, we want to be exploring all those opportunities for Wayne County Public Schools. And then last, we were asked to make recommendations around the 2021 school year. We were not asked to prepare the budget. We were asked to give our observations and make recommendations. So we will cover that through what we present tonight. We feel we've done very well in meeting the scope of our work. The one item on there that we will be coming back in July to help you prepare is your final budget amendment. How did you end this year? How does your budget align to your revenue and expenses for this year? And then hopefully we can show you a better way in the future of being a more transparent budget process that follows state statute and all the guidelines. So with that said, again, a lot of these things you've heard, and I apologize, a lot of these things you personally know and have experiences. But what are some of the challenges and opportunities? Again, with a finance officer no longer employed by the district after May 26, superintendent last day June 3rd, we just had to discover where did documents reside? Where was the information? A lot of it's in the financial software, but a lot of supporting documents that have been prepared by staff. It's a massive undertaking to come in to find all those documents, to see what's been prepared, where are you at, what's been presented, so on and so forth. We've talked about the COVID-19. We'll go into that a little more detail in a slide. Even listening to the state webinars, there's uncertainty around, of course, the state budget. But are they going to allow districts to carry over funds that normally carry over? I can tell you, and what will be reflective of the work we've done, we've taken a very aggressive approach. If we thought we were going to lose $1 from the state, we were very aggressive in utilizing that dollar. We're cautiously putting out the concern that they may come back and say, hey, that was a little too aggressive. You might need to reimburse that. Those weren't all allowable child nutrition expenses out of the COVID. But we'd rather expend that funds than not take the opportunity and lose it and send it back to the state right now. So that will reflect in some of the financial information we prepared for you. But the COVID has been an additional challenge on this year end that wouldn't normally exist as other things. Again, you're going to hear what we see, but you haven't, as a district, followed your statutory requirements. It's called the Budget and Fiscal Control Act in public school law. It spells out when you have a budget presented, how it's supposed to look as far as a budget resolution, your budget amendments. That hasn't been followed. You know that you didn't submit your budget on time for the May 15th deadline that's in public school law. So again, those are challenges that we've walked into that in a normal situation you would have those resolved prior to this. Budget documents are incomplete, inaccurate, or incorrect, and out of balance. So normally you would walk in, some of those things would be in place prior. We've had to work through those challenges as we've dived into the detail of the information. There's been a lack of fiscal oversight for the district. Certain things should have been being looked at on an annual basis that helped outline where the district was going. Certain things have gotten worse in the last 12, 18 months, but there's also been trend data that should have been pointed out previously that should have shown this has been a gradual decline over the last 4 to 5 years. And we'll point that out. I mean, which documents show that? What should you be looking at in the future? An audit report is almost guaranteed to put you to sleep if you decide to read it before going to bed. Someone who's been in the business for years, you're not looking at all the pages. You shouldn't be expected to go through all the pages of an audit report of a governmental entity and understand it. But there's certain highlights that should be pointed out to you that help explain what your fiscal financial standing is and which numbers should you be considering and which ones are important. It's obvious when expenses exceed revenue, then you have spending habits that have been created where revenue expenditures exceed revenue. There's some controls, procedures, and processes that need to be updated and improved in the future. And one thing I would welcome anyone to look in districts I've been in the past. Transparency is the key. It's a buzzword that a lot of people like to use in thinking that creating transparency, but it is the key to the success of a governmental entity. How you create that transparency is very important, that you do make it user-friendly, that you do make it understandable. We're in this business to educate children, but the business operation of that is what drives a lot of that success. So again, having truly transparent documents that link the student performance to the challenges within the districts to the financial responsibility are extremely important as you move forward. What are some of the contributing factors? And again, some of these overlap. I'll go through them fairly quickly, but again, as we talked about the expense exceed revenue, we'll point this out. You all know this, but your local funding level is a challenge within this district. I will point that out from which statistical barriers that we look at that show you some of that, how you compare to not only your neighboring districts, but peer low wealth districts, districts of similar size, how you utilize that data. Decrease ADM. That brings about tremendous challenges for a district. You approve a local budget in May, the state hasn't come forward. Last year, they never approved a budget. They approved many budgets throughout the year, so that is an additional challenge. But with a decreasing ADM, how important it is to your budget that you actually have to come back and reconcile that budget after the 10th day of student count, after the 20th day, after you've really had ADM across your 30-plus schools. Because a 20-kid swing, you don't want to take anything away from a school. But not taking that teacher away or not changing their allocations, and I'm not here to take anything away from schools. Schools need every bit of their resources and then some. But those compounding budgetary impacts cause districts to quickly have 15, 20, 30 decisions that they think are supporting this education process, but are driving you further into this deficit mentality when you're decreasing ADM. You know your charter school enrollment is growing. These two things combined are happening in probably more than 3/4 of the districts across the state. Declining public school membership and increased charter school membership. So a number of districts are facing these challenges. I don't like to get specific into the numbers, but in Durham Public Schools, we paid 46 charters. We had 54 traditional schools. We were paying out over $26 million of local money to charters. So everything is a number to a different district at a different level, but again, reflective of their budget. You've added positions to your budget that weren't funded. It's important that we talk about some procedures moving forward. How do you track position increases? How do you track those things moving forward? You've increased contractual services. How do you break that down within your budget? How do you know what those services are buying you? I'm a firm believer that you develop expertise from within. But there's certain aspects of school operation that's big business. You do need assistance sometimes. You do need expertise. But hopefully those people leave you in better shape than you were when they got there, and they've also trained people to do it themselves moving forward. But again, your contractual services line items have increased. You've got expensive programming, you've got expensive individual schools. By no means in 3 weeks am I here to assess all of that across the board. But as a district, it's your responsibility to look into those things that are drivers within the budget. We all want to please our community, we all want to please our constituents, but it comes at a cost. And districts like this, and I'll say this repeatedly through this presentation, it's even more challenging in low wealth, low locally funded districts when you're not at 100% efficiency across the board. And it's hard to achieve that. But every time you're not as efficient as you could be in other areas, it's affecting your overall operation of your organization. You all have some great initiatives that you've implemented, but you went ahead and did some of the K-3 class size on the front end of that. Those things have to be fully funded. Fixed cost increases, retirement rates, benefit rates, insurance rates, utility rates, those things have to be built into your budget that you're meeting those increases or getting additional funding, or you have to make additional reductions across the board, but that hasn't been being done. Your funding has basically been flat. They've increased it for certain things like your supplements and stuff, but meeting those fixed cost increases hasn't been done in your budgeting process. And I spoke to this, inefficiencies within the organization. One of the things, and again, we work with multiple districts across the state, and I'm not pointing fingers, people within the organization have tremendous challenges. The state funds transportation based upon an efficiency formula. You all are leaving about $650,000 of state transportation money on the table. Not to say that, again, those aren't things trying to provide the busing and the services that are allowing your public to be served, but it's making you inefficient. Wake County, serving 180,000 kids, runs their transportation at 100% efficiency. They have high schools that have to double run all their buses. Those aren't popular decisions. But if you're not making those efficient decisions, again, in a district that doesn't have high levels of local resources, it becomes even more of a challenge. We've talked about this. Position control drives school budgets. If you don't know your position counts, 85% of every dollar goes out in positions. It's salary and benefits. So you have to know what you're adding. And again, everybody being on the same page. Most people think that transparency around a budget is for the community and the constituents. The best exercise is doing it internally so that everyone is on board with where the resources are being spent across the entire district so that you're unified in that overall mission of providing education to the students. And I think this was mentioned at your last workshop. We could have an entire session, but the state and federal mandates that are passed down, the things that are transferred over to the local districts just become burdening every single year that compound the issues of providing a balanced budget. This is a slide here that, again, starts to get into some of the transparency. These are the COVID funds you've received so far. The largest pot being the federal funds. You've received over $6 million for those federal COVID funds. They carry into next year. Just over $200,000 of that money has been spent on devices right now. And someone may say, well, why didn't you spend it all? We need devices for everyone. We don't know what next year is going to look like. We don't know if you're going to have double, triple run your transportation system. We don't know if child nutrition reimbursements are going to come from the USDA. So holding back on those funds, especially given your financial situation, is extremely important. The child nutrition funds, this is one that I want to go on record to say we've spent every dollar of that. It was due by June 30th. They passed legislation, I believe, at 1 a.m. Friday evening, saying that they would extend past June 30th. Your books have to be closed out. June 30th is your end of your fiscal year. It's great that they stayed in session till 1 a.m., but what about the districts that were very aggressive and utilized these funds? We did that here in Wayne. So again, we reimbursed your child nutrition program. In layman's terms, the ruling that came back was you couldn't double dip. If you were making a profit, you were receiving funding from the USDA, you couldn't double dip for the services you provided over the last 3 months. We think we've looked at our profit and loss. We've tried to pay back everything to child nutrition, custodians, bus drivers that did, but we utilized these funds because, again, the expectation was we either had to spend them or they were going to revert to Raleigh and we'd lose them. So that entire 1.1 has been spent. These other funds literally just got approved by the State Board of Education, a lot of them on June 11th. So they've just been received at your district on June 22nd. Most of these carry over to December 30th right now of next year. These are figures within your current audit. These are figures that were presented by your auditors at your meeting a couple weeks ago. I would like to point out a couple things to start the education process for you on understanding your financials. These figures are pulled out of your financial statements. And again, fund balance is a term unique to governmental entities. Businesses call it profit and loss. You know, they look at the bottom line, what did we make? So that's a revenue over expense. In governmental, it's called fund balance. And within fund balance, there's actually 5 different classifications of fund balance. The restricted means that you have something to cover those costs, but those cover things like receivables and inventory. So they're kind of a wash. You have to show them because you hope you receive that receivable, but if not, you've got to have the cash to make that work. Assigned fund balance means you have the money, but you've assigned something in next year's budget to utilize those funds for. It's important looking at this data that you look at the 2015 number, you had almost $3 million assigned of your fund balance. You had a total fund balance of roughly $7.1 million. The next year, you still had $7 million of fund balance, but only assigned at $964. So again, I know I'm starting to get into what most people don't want to hear is all the detailed financial, but what that means is you assigned a lot of things and didn't spend it out of your fund balance. So people would think, well, you only have an unassigned fund balance, which is your ultimate savings of 2.5. But when you add those two together, you really had almost $5 million plus of fund balance for both the 15 school year and the 16 school year. Where the decline started to take place was in the 16-17 school year, where unassigned fund balance dropped, and then it dropped by almost over $3 million to June 30th, 18, and then it dropped to a negative $3.6 million. There's a lot of comments in the community about, well, what about that money that was transferred out of child nutrition? Where is that? I can tell you, your school district getting into this situation over the last 4 years, it was in a cash flow deficit situation. Your supplement was lucky to have been made last year at this time if it hadn't have been that they borrowed from child nutrition. They owe that money back to child nutrition. It's on your audited financial statements. It's a due to your child nutrition fund. And you're very fortunate to have a child nutrition department that had resources at June 30th. But again, looking at it from a financial perspective, you started this decline almost 4 years ago of expenditures over revenue. It started out at one level and grew to be, and we'll show you again in a different way of looking at it, and that's what the bottom of this slide shows, revenue over expenditures. And these things should be being pointed out to you, not only by the auditors, but by staff. And staff should be responsible for, in June 30th, you don't know exactly. You can't say that you can shut down everything immediately. But within a couple weeks, within the first part of August, staff should be giving you a prediction of where are we? Where did we finish the year? What's our financial standing? How is our revenue over expenditure? And we'll show you what we see as of today, or what we saw as of last Thursday, and how it reflects on what your current organization looks like. One thing I'd like to point out, without getting very technical again, if you look at the 2019 revenue and expenditures, this was presented by your auditors. The average person would say, wow, we went up $7 million in revenue and we went up $7 million plus in expenses. You refinanced a note on an energy management contract. You've taken out a note a long time ago at a higher interest rate, you did an energy management contract, but you refinanced that to get a lower rate. Your auditors booked the revenue and expense. So in some of our slides, we back that out because it's right at $6.9 million. To me, that's not reflective of actual activity because it's just a refinancing of a note around a energy management contract that kind of distorts that you really didn't go up. You overspent, but you didn't really go up that much in revenue and expenditures. You were up more in expenses over revenue. So again, some things in different ways of looking at it. You've heard these things. But again, Wayne County Public Schools is the 21st largest school system in the state. You know, that's not the small northeastern county. That's a fairly large school system when you look at the average number of students in the state. I mean, the top 5 or 6 districts take up about the high number of overall ADM, but the districts between the 20-some thousand students and the 15,000, again, are large organizations within the state. I think this was pointed out to you. You've had declining membership over the last 3 years of over 500 students. But what was also pointed out to you, if you look at this slide, I know this is, again, in the financial world, but DPI has been over-predicting your enrollment. So by them over-predicting your enrollment and you're declining, when you look at the numbers from the state, you have to look at it from a lens to say, we may not get all those to quite that level. But by them, these two things running parallel, they provide challenges within the organization. Again, you know your demographics. You're about a third, white, black, and Hispanic. But within those numbers, you are at 32 of your 33 schools under community eligibility provisions. So your free and reduced numbers, your poverty level is high, even with a diverse ethnic population within your organization. Your per pupil, it has gone up, but again, you have to look at those ranks within the state. The 1920 North Carolina Association of County Commissioner Budget and Tax Survey, Wayne County Public Schools ranked 83rd out of 94 reporting counties. You were a little better on the capital side. You were 47th out of 93. But if you also look at your per pupil funding from DPI, you were 57th in state funding, 30th in federal, 96th in local, and 78th overall. So there's 100 counties and 115 school districts. So again, those present tremendous challenges within the district. Again, ones that have to be more efficient within their overall organization because you have far less resources to work with. But again, those slides point that out. This is a very interesting, again, hopefully you start to look at these things in the future and utilize them to your benefit in making your defense for your budget ask and your needs. But Public School Forum does as good a job as anyone putting out the different per pupil expenditures, the relative effort that different counties make. What this shows is, based upon that data, Wayne County ranks 77th out of 100 counties in ability to pay, and 57th in relative effort. So again, you may say, what does all that say? You know, most people would think, well, Wake, Durham, Dare, they're the people with the highest effort. No, the highest effort in the state comes from Scotland County. What that means in layman's terms is those with limited resources, how much of the overall county budget is being dedicated to education funding. And what this chart depicts, someone much more technical than myself that helped with all the budget analysis of this, the green dot on here depicts Wayne County. And what that shows is Wayne County compared to the other low wealth districts is even below the median level for contribution of low wealth districts. Most low wealth districts have to put in more money because again, they don't have the other resources that other communities have. But this blue line, you can see that Wayne County is even below that median number of low wealth districts. So again, it's in those challenges / opportunities that exist within this county that make things difficult. You all are very much to be thanked for this, but you've made great strides on moving your teacher supplement forward. You're currently 32nd in the state out of 115. That's an investment. That's a very strong investment in teacher supplement, but it's coming at a cost. It's coming at a premium. Can you afford that moving forward? And again, all those things have to be put into relative context of all your budget numbers. Your principals right now are 79th in the state, and your assistant principals are 56. All the data sources that we quoted are referenced on all the material, and again, we'll at the end show you some data tools that we've hopefully provided for you. You all have seen this in multiple presentations that I've just gone back and reviewed. You know, it's just astronomical across the state what benefit costs are doing to local districts and governmental entities. Most people aren't aware, but next year 21.4% is the projected number of every dollar paid out has to go in as matching retirement. You add that to 7.65% Social Security, you're paying out close to 30% for hospitals, for retirement and Social Security. Add on $6,300 plus for hospitalization, a $22,000 employee costs you more than 50% of their earnings in benefit cost. We're outpricing the cost of lower paid employees across the district with these state benefits to keep this retirement system solvent. You know, I'm very appreciative, I'm a recent retiree, but it's draining districts. It's putting a burden on districts that when we talked about fixed cost, you have to get that funding each and every year within those dollars. And I think Dr. Merrill pointed this out to you, and it's missed by a lot of districts. You're having to maximize your low wealth funding with positions. You're having to maximize your disadvantaged student population with positions to backfill where your shortages are in teachers. and I'll show you a slide in a minute, but if the state gives you $7.5 million and these benefits go up, they're not matching these benefit increases within those dollar allotments. So you actually have to be making reductions to staff to stay within those same dollar allocations that the state's providing you. And you multiply that times 4 or 5 different allotments. And I know I'm going a little probably deep, but it all compounds to what's caused some of your financial situation, along with lack of transparency, along lack of fiscal oversight into some of the numbers and the detail. This just depicts what you've been told in the last couple of weeks. I'm just going to say it like it is. You shouldn't have to read what your fund balance situation is. It should be being pointed out to you, but you can see the decline in that unassigned fund balance that has taken you from a positive situation to the negative $3.6 million as it exists, and then the revenue over expenditures over that time period. This is the fund balance. That was revenue to expenditures. Again, all these things combined make up your budget. This is your low wealth funding. I served on the original Leandro funding formula committee. A lot of times things are identified, but they're never met across the state. But low wealth is basically what's keeping your district afloat right now. This is making up for a lot of your shortfalls in county. It's great that the state's providing you this, but at the same time, you don't want to be so dependent upon this source of funding that it's lessening that burden from the county, so on and so forth. But again, you've received on average between $7 and $7.6 million over the last 6 years. Great news. We need all the great news we can get. But right now, the planning allotment from DPI shows you with almost $1.8 million increase for next year. We're hoping that comes to fruition. We're hoping that's funded by the state, but it's in the state planning allotment. So again, being transparent to you, you could go out and look at the DPI planning allotments. We want to show you that figure that exists. We want to make you aware. That would be a huge part of backfilling next year's budget and helping the current situation, and then pay back some of the situations you owe to your child nutrition and now the state moving forward. But again, you are dependent upon these funds. I'll go ahead and address it since we're on this slide. Some people may say, well, why did the district come and ask us for possibly borrow money from the county, and then they decided to put it on the state? This formula is like all state formulas, very complex and very hard to follow. But it basically is determined based upon your county's effort in funding the local district. So if the county had loaned you $3 million and then cut your next year's appropriation, you would have put these low wealth funds in jeopardy. So our strategy was we'd rather put an overage on the state right now, utilize the state to pay that back, and not affect this funding because your county would possibly reduce you moving forward. We'll show you what, again, we see as your current financial position, what we see as available dollars, and what we predict right now is that state overage. But that was the mindset behind not going to the county and requesting that money to get through teacher supplement. But as you can see in those last 5 years worth of trend data, this situation has been going on for a couple of years. And again, you were lucky to make teacher supplement last year without borrowing from within your funds. But hopefully this low wealth comes to this fruition. This would be a huge gain for Wayne County Public Schools. What this is, and please don't try to interpret much out of this, but this is just a start of what I'm going to show you in a minute of one of the tools we've helped create for this district. How are you going to use your own data moving forward? The chart of accounts is how it has to be coded, how it's defined within the system. This is at the absolute highest level. But you can break down that data right down to the detail of the expenditure line item. You can break it down to what's paid for the classroom expenditures, for central office, all the way through. But as you start to formulate your budgets moving forward, and this is staff, this isn't the board putting this together, this is staff building it for you. You should be expectations around seeing increases, decreases within these different line items and categories, so you understand where is the money being moved, how is the money being utilized, and how are we balancing our budget. But we'll talk about that in a minute. It's hopefully a good tool that we've created that Wayne County Public Schools can use moving forward. Right now, as of last Thursday afternoon, this is a recap of your local financial position within the district. You had revenue of $25.4 million to this point, and again, remember that this year is a little hard to make total apples-to-apples comparisons. You didn't have students for almost a fourth of the school year. Some of your expenses are down. You're down almost $500,000 in substitute costs. You're down $600,000 in utility expenses. So certain things, not only did you not receive revenue, but you did have expense reduction. But as of the 25th of June, you were at $25.4 million of revenue. You had $23.6 million of expenses. So as of last Thursday, you're $1.8 million to the good of local funds. That's before we have any payables come in, invoices that are due. We don't predict a huge amount, maybe a couple $100,000, but again, not having familiarity with your district, I don't want to give 100% assurances. But you're about $1.8 million to the good. By moving the supplement over to make sure we could make that payment on, I think it was June 16th, we moved almost $3+ million to an already negative 1.2 low wealth at that time. Through maximization of state funds and everything else, we've dropped the low wealth state overage at the current time to $2.2 million. So again, throwing too many figures at you. Right now, your financial position between the state overage and what we see you having in the bank locally is under $500,000, $400 and some thousand for this current year. So that's a big swing from the $5 million you overspent last year in expenditures over revenue. Remembering that we can't make 100% apples-to-apples comparisons because we didn't have kids for a quarter of the year. But again, this is your current financial situation. You still owe child nutrition. After we balance out your receivables and payables, hopefully we have the majority of this 1.8, then the board can decide, do they immediately go ahead and pay back the state for their low wealth overage for this year? Do they apply that to child nutrition? How do you net out for the year? But again, as districts start to become more transparent, these type of things should be predicted, not at this level to you, but you should be getting an understanding where do we end the year, where are we seeing ourselves, what is our expenditures to revenue. So to me, that's great news. I should have done this very early on in the presentation. You all are very blessed to have Brenda McKenzie and the staff you have upstairs doing the day-to-day technical work in finance. They've done a yeoman's job of moving these resources, maximizing these state pots. You know, the leadership that was provided to them prior, I'm not here to comment on, but getting done what had to be done in 3 weeks to move massive amounts of money between program expenditures to maximize between state and local, I can guarantee you this picture would have looked nowhere near as good as it looks right now. I don't make entries. I've never written a check in my 30 years. I've never paid a single person. But working with that staff, they did incredible work over that time period, and you should be very appreciative that, again, they were able to pull this off from a staff technical standpoint and move forward. And the leadership team has been great and diligent in working through this current situation to try to get us there. So again, some of the general finding, expenditure trend analysis, and again, we're going to provide you a tool. We don't want to leave here just telling you what we saw. It's the responsibility of the district moving forward to dive into their own data, look at where those resources have gone up. People would make assumptions of what they want to tell you went up or down, everyone, internal, external, but the data speaks for itself. And the tool we've created, hopefully that can be brought about in a very logical way of defining that. But again, the local supplements have started to outpace the revenue that's dedicated to that. You'll see in one of the recommendations we make to you, I'm the father of a second-year kindergarten teacher. I'm not here to take a single dollar away. My wife's principal of a low-performing middle school. You know, I understand the needs in schools, but at the same time, we have to be able to afford what we afford across the district. Everything needs to be looked at in totality. But again, the great effort you've made on teacher supplements, you just have to be aware that when the state previously was raising salaries by 6-7%, by having a percentage supplement, you have to be getting as much for that fixed cost increase to pay the supplements as you are the individual amount calculated for each teacher. So that's part of your shortfall. Contractual services have started to outpace the budget in the 2017-18 year. We talked about positions being added. We talked about the rapidly rising benefit costs. Charter school enrollment increases. You've gone up by almost 600,000. You have to be asking for that increase. And on top of that, again, I have vast experience, unfortunately, from the, but for every dollar you ask for from the county, whatever percentage of your overall population is charter school enrollment, they get that percentage of increase as well. So, again, if I can speak more now, I'll be to Durham, but Durham's population charter school is 25%. If we ask for $1 from the county, we actually had to pay out almost $1.25 for all student increase with charter schools, because they get their percentage of any new money given to the county. How many budgets have you seen in the last 4 years where the new money you've asked for, the calculation of your charter schools not only getting their ADM increase, but they're getting your new money request? I've stood before commissioners and boards for the last 30 years, and the money I've asked for, a lot of my success in developing budgets has also benefited. I'm not here to converse about charter versus public, but again, understanding that calculation and how that charter school works. And again, we've maximized significant savings with COVID funds. We utilize that $1.2 million of state funds. We're hoping that stays intact, but again, want to be very transparent. We reimbursed everything we could find to reimburse for the meals you served during that time period, for the custodial services you provided, for the transportation you provided to put those meals out there. But again, our understanding was as of last week, if that money wasn't spent, the district would lose it. So we've been very aggressive in spending those funds that were scheduled to expire September 30th. Some recommendations, very quickly. But first and foremost, you have to follow your statutory requirements. You should have a balanced budget presented to you. Dr. Merrill presented this as hopefully a goal that something can be delivered by August. That's aggressive under normal circumstances. But you'd want to see some form of a balanced budget before school year starts. So having that in August gives you that baseline for where you're at. The state comes in and improves things or takes things away, then you reconcile that. But you've got to have a balanced budget resolution that should be presented to you sometime in the summer before school starts time frame. Then you've seen amendments. Those amendments should reconcile your budget throughout the year. What additional funds have been received? What did you receive those funds for? Where are they going? I can tell you right now, the only amendments you've gotten throughout this entire school year are state amendments. You have certain budgets that weren't even posted for the entire school year in certain funds. Capital funds, so on and so forth, were not even posted during this year. You were able to run revenue over expenditures, but they never had a budget that's got into the system. So as we identified those challenges, opportunities right now, some of those things have made reconciling this even a little more opportunistic, if we could say, in each situation. But again, you can't do anything without reviewing trends within expenditure history, because certain years have spikes, just like anything else in life. But review the last 4 to 5 years. What did you spend in a category? What did you spend in a program? Look at it over time. Strengthen your internal controls. Again, I'm a firm believer in this, and I think it's just as valuable for staff. And I think, even though I'm not here to create additional work for staff, the transparency that you create helps staff as a total group get a better understanding of how are all the resources spent across the district, and how does everyone work together for the goals of Wayne County Public Schools. I think this was recommended to you, and I support this. Quarterly reporting usually is adequate. If you start to do monthly reporting, you get spending too much time trying to produce the same documents over and over. Things don't change that much. They're kind of cyclical within a school year. About every quarter, you've got your state budget, and then by December, you should have a better feel for how your positions played out. In the spring, you start to get to the last quarter, but quarterly reporting is accurate. But within that, you should be getting reconciliation of your position counts, and you should probably be getting preliminary projections around where is your fund balance. How do we see ourselves a quarter of the way through the year? How do we see ourselves halfway through the year? So those are important benchmarks. One thing that I would see, and I have seen in previous districts I worked in, it requires some work, but it's the single most successful tool, if it's done correctly, is to form a budget advisory committee. A committee that can represent your community, your other governmental representatives, your school officials, and together collectively work toward the needs of the school system. So it's just a recommendation, but I've seen it have tremendous success. Everyone wants to say that they're not there, but if you present adequate, transparent information, hopefully you can get future buy-in. You can start to leverage your needs in your situations. Very quickly, finishing up. Again, you have to review programmatic expenditures and school site costs. You know, in the other districts I was in, we could run the per pupil expenditure for every school. Everything from what the utilities cost to what the programming cost. It's just a number. Some schools are more expensive. Some schools you're delivering higher level of services based upon the needs. I understand all that, but again, starting to look at site costs, programmatic costs, allows you to bring about a total budget. Again, not trying to take a single thing away from any instructional person within the staff. They are the most underpaid people, not only in the state, but in the country. But I would just suggest you keep your supplements at the same level, but you consider putting them on a flat amount and reviewing that every year, because you really need to know what are the increases going to come about in the salaries. Because if the salaries are going up X%, you've got to have that same amount, or you've got to have the correct amount budgeted to meet the supplement increase. In the local expense, with you not having teachers in the local budgets, you're using your programmatic dollars, that comes back to be a local expense. So again, just a recommendation. Number of districts have had to do that. Durham, Wake, Chapel Hill, some of the ones at the top of the teacher supplement have had to do this just so that they can contain their cost and make sure that when the state budgets become about in the salary schedules, that they can meet those costs. You know, easier said than done. I worked 30 years. It's tremendous challenges. Your staff works extremely hard. People can say that, but they're working very hard for the children in this community, But every time there's an inefficiency within the organization, it's coming at a cost. And poorer districts struggle more when they have those inefficiencies to reconcile in their budget. So increasing those inefficiencies, working to be more efficient, allows you to maximize your resources. May not always be the most popular decisions. And you have to weigh those costs at what expense are you willing to go down those roads. But knowing that when you're doing that and you're approving some things, or as a district, allowing a teacher to stay when the numbers don't match, putting bus routes in place when they shouldn't be, all those things ultimately have a dollar impact across the district. You know, again, given your cash situation, you need to consider, are there revenue opportunities? Even if you lose a percentage of that revenue, 50% or 60% or 70% of a dollar right now is better than zero of that. And if someone owes you prior sales tax, if your energy management things aren't being calculated to the savings actually being savings, you need to have those things examined by true experts so that moving forward you are maximizing that dollar 100% to Wayne County Public Schools. And again, as you present new money requests, I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but these things, you have to think about it. It's not just for that next year. Have things costed out for multiple years, because the cost of these benefits, things moving forward, you have to know that when you implement something today, you could be costing multiple years of budgets moving forward. And then last and foremost, not that your HR is not working like every other HR diligently, but creating some position reconciliation reports so you can track people across your districts in all categories. You should be able to see, I mean, how many APs do we have 3 years ago versus how many we have now? How many teachers do we have? How many central office? And it shouldn't be up for debate. It should be tracked by numerical spreadsheets that put that out there in front of everyone so people understand. You know, we could sit here and go all day long. I mean, I think it was brought up by the state allots one assistant principal for every 1,000 kids for 10 months. Not going to work. So you're having to backfill those things. But again, as you backfill those with the needs across the district, they're clearly documented so that people can buy into what your investments have been, what you've done to provide resources at the school level, first and foremost to move instruction, first and foremost to deal with the needs of the children. But again, Unfortunately, schools are larger business operations and they take a lot of resources to run. So a lot thrown at you. We've done a lot in Wayne County Public Schools in 3 weeks. Being a new business, we're working with 3 other districts right now, helping them with year-end close out. You're not the only district that needs help. You're not the only district that, again, has people that haven't been through things within the cycle. You have to have grown up through this. You have to have been properly trained in order to do these things successfully and provided resources to hopefully get there. So I'm glad to answer any questions. I know that's a ton of information, but hopefully, and the last thing, we've created you a tool, and it's at your handout, in your handouts. We have this provided for you electronically, because again, in our business model, our only success is if you succeed. We leave here, we've provided our services, but if we've truly benefited you, and we believe this is one of the starts to that, everything we've presented to you is here in these documents. All the trend analysis information is here, it's in pivot tables. I'm about as archaic as it comes. You utilize people with skill sets that are much higher level. But again, if people want to start formulating things moving forward, we believe we've created some great documents that allow that data to be looked at. These are just some examples of what's in these documents and what you can do. But if someone wants to look at a category of personnel, they want to look at your superintendent costs for the last 5 years. You can see how much you paid locally, how much you paid locally in state. They want to look at how much you paid for supplement. They can see how much you paid locally, how much you paid state and locally. It allows you as a district and a community to start looking at your own information, making educated decisions moving forward. So we hope that we've recommended that this can be posted on your website. If anyone in the community wants to look at this resource, utilize this resource. As you formulate your budget advisory committee, hopefully these type of things in the future can be expanded upon and utilized moving forward. Last one.
Thank you, Aaron. Board members, do you have any questions, comments?
I would like for you to go back to local revenue and expense, June 25th, 2020. I just want you to go back through those top figures, please, in your explanation.
Again, I see things in my lens, but Fund 2 and Fund 8 are your 2 local funds. Fund 2, if you look down middle of the page, those are the 3 revenues that go into Fund 2. County appropriation, fines and forfeitures, and the little bit of interest you earn on that money. So that totals $19 million, $19.5 million year to date. Fund 8 is money that goes in there because that is all tied to the charter school calculation. Charter schools only get the previous 3 revenue sources in their calculation. So these are your 2 local revenue sources, Fund 2 and Fund 8. But right now, between Warrant 4 funds, sales tax, you have an additional 5.9 at June 25th. So you have total revenue of $25.4 million. We didn't provide you the detail on expenditures. Some of that's in the breakout of these other documents. But as of June 25th, you have $23.5 million of local expenditure. So again, too many numbers, but you're $1.8 million to the good in revenue over expenditures at June 25th, understanding that you have a deficit owed to the state as of June 25th of $2.1 million.
And is this the money that we borrowed?
The 2.1 is, yes, very good question.
Well, did you mean child nutrition?
No, I meant that we borrowed for supplement.
Well, you
And
borrowed
at the
4
end of the
supplements
year-
paid out of low wealth, yes.
Yeah.
Borrowed from state funds.
Any other questions? Mr. DeMont?
Could we go back to the per pupil expenditure trends? Just, well, there's not really a page number.
Yeah.
Can you explain that a little more in depth? We ranked 83rd out of 94 reporting counties in per pupil operating appropriations. So that means the amount of money that we're given per student from county government.
94, there's 100 counties, but only 94 replied to that survey of 1920. You want to be number 1.
Right.
You're 83rd out of
We're 83rd there.
Right.
All right, so then going down the next bullet point down there, we Wayne County ranked 57th out of 115 North Carolina LEAs in the state, 30th in federal, 96th in local. So that means
Out of 115 districts, in DPI's calculation of the local per pupil, you were
we're getting
96
funded
out
at
of
the
150.
in the 96th
Right, out of
spot.
Excuse me?
In the 96th spot, that's where we're being funded. Then when you move over here to the next page, you mentioned something about the ability to pay or something. What was that back there?
77th out of 100 counties
Uh-huh.
in ability to pay, and we rank 77.
So what does that mean? We could be paid more?
Right. You're only making 77th out of 100 counties as far as the effort. And again, that line, you would love to compare yourself to Wade, Durham, Chapel Hill, Dare, the coastal communities that have much, but you're not. You're a low-wealth community that's below that blue line or that median. But even at that, your effort is coming in less than other comparable low-wealth districts. So across the board, your local effort is not, Scotland County is #1 in the state as far as effort. They're putting in more of their local tax base for education than Wayne is in these figures, if you break it down to $1 million.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Aaron, I just want to say thank you. Great work. It's good information for us, and I do appreciate what you're doing. I still got some work to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think it's, strictly we have one question.
Do you have that, Mr. Chair?
All right, Mr. Chair, I'm going to read this first.
Okay.
Here we go. The Wayne County Board of Education welcomes comments from our parents, students, and community. The public comment period is open for members of the public, including parents and students, to voice compliments, concerns, or complaints about performance of school personnel, implementation of board policy, the quality of the education program, or school facilities. Each person is granted 3 minutes for his or her presentation. This portion of the meeting is for the board to hear matters of interest from the public. However, obscene, vulgar, or profane statements and statements reasonably perceived to be disruptive or imminently threatening to the orderly operation of the meeting shall not be permitted. An organization or delegation representing the same topic is encouraged to select one individual to make a presentation on its behalf. Except in the cases of emergency, information received during presentations will generally not be acted upon at the time it is received, but will be considered for potential action in the normal course of business. Individuals with concerns or complaints are strongly encouraged to initially seek a response from the school district official responsible for the program or facility, or from the superintendent. Our speaker tonight is Ms. Rachel Radford, representing herself with funding questions.
Mr. Dirksen, is our timer working?
We'll have to set
I've got it right here.
Okay.
I'll keep up with it, but I just want to make sure. Well, Ms. Radford, if you would like.
We're going to be running manually tonight.
Good evening, Board of Education members and Dr. Merrill. I'm a mother of 2 autistic sons, and my oldest formerly went to Wayne County Public Schools. I had to pull my son from Wayne County Public Schools in 2016 due to Dr. Dunsmore's ignorance and lack of compassion and empathy for special needs families. The principal at that school continued to let my son get bullied and has kept his position for 4 years under Dr. Dunsmore's administration. I should have never had to file a state complaint with a dispute resolution consultant against Wayne County Public Schools, but after speaking with the DPI, I felt it was my only option. I am not the only family or teacher that was hurt by the former superintendent, and I've continued to help Wayne County families since our family was hurt 4 years ago. I spoke in front of the Board of Education and County Commissioners between the months of May through August 2019. I spoke to both boards multiple times during those months. I was deeply concerned about how Edgewood families were treated, how special needs families in Wayne County were treated, how African American students were treated, and lots of questions about funding. I took 33 pages of notes total from every meeting. It was from every meeting, from what was said, who said it during those meetings, during all of those months. There were many families in attendance, Wayne County Public School staff, and there are many news articles about the budget shortfalls and questions brought to the chairman of the board by parents, citizens, and other board members. Chairman West and Dr. Dunsmore constantly deflected and changed topics when approached with these concerns. Chairman West even referred to the concerned parents as angry people, as written in the Goldsboro News Argus in August 2019. I find it extremely hard to believe that as chairman of the board, he had no idea what Dr. Dunsmore did or the finance manager. I feel that Chairman West's lack of oversight, poor leadership, and negligence have caused many families to lose out on a proper education for their children. That is something none of these families will get back. And you can't put a price tag on proper education. Chairman West, you and this entire board owe the Wayne County Public School System an apology. Thank you to the board members who were not afraid to ask the hard questions and who were not scared to sit in and vote against the continued employment of Dr. Dunsmore. Mr. West, as chairman, you should take full responsibility, offer full disclosure and full transparency, along with your resignation from this board. Thank you all for your time, and I hope to see you at county commissioner meetings requesting funding just like I am. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Radford. Do we have anybody else, Ms. Strickland, who would like to speak?
We do not, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this time, we have our Board of Education quarterly forecast report, the leadership team. Dr. Merrill White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff. Introducing what may become a new tool for board and staff. It would be our hope that on a quarterly basis we present to you a look ahead at the next 3 months. So here at the very end of June, we're looking at the first quarter of our next fiscal year, July, August, September. And what I've asked staff to try and do is look at schedules, look at the cycles that we live in public education, and certain things happen every month and come back around, and try to predict what will be agenda items in both committees and full board meetings. And so our staff is new to this, as are you, and we'll probably get a little better at this as a document as we continue the work. But what it's intended to do, three or four things. Number one, give you an idea of what to expect over the next couple of months. If there's something you thought you were going to see and it's not here, find out what's going on, and we can say, well, yeah, that normally comes in second quarter, or you're right, we missed one, or something like that. Also, if we feel we've built a quarter's worth of board work that's pretty loaded, and there's several board member requests for additional things in this quarter, we might have to say, okay, wait a minute then, let us move something into the second quarter and bring this up if this is something you want now. So a little bit of give and take on workload around board materials and things of that nature. And then after this, and I will give each staff member a chance just to respond to it, but if you would look in the second half of this, we've got what's called administrative FYIs. And these are not board action, board committee materials. They are the work we do on a regular basis. But I've tried to ask staff, put the things here that are large items. They have ripple significance in a community. You might hear about them. Somebody calls you and says, well, they're doing this at these 3 schools. What's that all about? That's administrative work, but we want you to know about it. It didn't necessarily mean it had to come to the board, but we're trying to guess and look at those things that we're doing that we want you to be aware of. I've had to hold staff back, to be honest with you. They wanted to list everything they do for 3 months. Because quite honestly, I think they're worried that people don't think they're busy. And I assure you, they're plenty busy. So I've tried to limit the second half of this to just those things that we think are big enough that would come to your attention. So to start it off briefly, I would say in school board and superintendent over the next 3 months, I've tried to hit those items that I would expect to see on your table at this level, either things that you're bringing to us or that I'm aware that I'd be bringing. Obviously, the search process you've already begun talking about. The implications for the report you just had on financial updates, pertinence policy adjustments. I've already mentioned 1 or 2 that I want to get into policy quickly, like a contract threshold, things of that nature. The budget, we're going to try and stay on schedule to get it into you in August, with the cuts built in that you saw a preview of last week. School reopening plans, which are huge, and a lot of that is on the agenda tonight. But that keeps changing as well, and we'll try and keep you informed there. And then there's also a trustee's appointment that needs to be made over the next few weeks on your behalf. So those are some of the things that I tried to anticipate that my office and board leadership would be working on. As we go through these other departments, I would encourage you to jot notes. What about this? Da 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 da. And we can answer those as we go through if you wish. Doesn't need to take long. It's probably 10 or 15-minute exercise. But that's the layout. That's the intent. Any questions or clarifiers needed at this point?
So you're saying that if we have some suggestions that we would like to raise, we can raise them at this time?
Exactly. Exactly. And it doesn't mean that this is your only shot. You know, if you don't speak now, then you don't get to talk again until October. No, it means that as you bring other things up over the next couple of months, as things rise, we would try and build them into this document so that we could record. That was a month when we did something, particularly if it's an annual process. So it's a living document at the same time. And for those of you who want time to think about it, you can certainly send things in to us. You can send it to me. I can get it into the different departments. As we modify, I can send this back out to you as an attachment, in the next week or 2 as we make adjustments. So,
I just have a question right now. I just want, it's a FYI, so it's not anything that we have to vote on. But what does it mean about administer advanced math placement request assessment?
Let us, I'm kind of linear. Let us get to it.
Okay.
And so,
you're going down the list now?
I'm going to try.
Okay.
So if we're good with board superintendent, I'd turn to David. You got 4 bullets here we can expect over the next couple of months. Any clarifiers or questions? Yes, sir. And you can ask. Yes, sir.
Dr. Merrill, one of the things that we talked about in closed session was the moratorium and relooking at the reassignment policy. Could that be added to the school board superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That, for those who weren't aware, that was the policy on students, I believe, coming in and transferring.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yep.
That was it.
David? You
Okay,
good?
so for accountability and IT services, as usual, I'll be bringing you a testing and accountability report. What will be unusual is just how little data there will be this year. You all know we administered no end-of-course tests, no end-of-grade tests at the elementary and middle school level. So consequently, there's no proficiency scores, no growth data, no school report card grades coming your way. There still will be some data that were generated before the COVID-19 closures came in. We will still measure cohort graduation rate. We will still likely have ACT data and work keys data. Other things that were completed before school changed, the state is still going to report out, and I will, of course, report out to you on that. The other 3, the next 2 have to do with sort of routine business, but they're large enough expenditures that they'll be making their way through the Finance Committee, our Microsoft licensing update, and our Unified Threat Management Service update. And then the final bullet under accountability and IT is the data center refresh. We are in year 5 of implementing the 5-year technology plan, and year 5 calls for us to upgrade our data center. The bulk of the heavy-duty equipment there has not been upgraded in the last 7 or 8 years, and so it's time for us to make some changes to the data center, and I'll be bringing that to your attention. In finance, it's a lot about routine month-to-month operations, all while trying to build a new budget and establish new budgeting processes and procedures, and so you'll hear a lot about that. I had put down monthly status reports. I know our consultant recommended quarterly. I guess we'll have some internal discussions about what is going to work best for Wayne County Schools, monthly or quarterly.
Thank you, David. Teaching and learning?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Regarding Microsoft Solutions licensing, would that have anything to do with our expansion or need for expansion relative to like Zoom for teachers and stuff of that nature?
No, sir. This is our annual licensing that covers our Windows operating systems, Microsoft Office, and then the behind-the-scenes Microsoft servers that are used to basically run the networking stuff. This has nothing to do with expanded services, remote learning or any of that. Now, I will tell you that our Microsoft contract is sufficient to cover all of that. We have a district-wide licensing for the products that we need, regardless of how much they're used or how many users we have. We're covered.
Tamara.
So the CTE plan, Beverly is actually going to be in front of you with that in a little while, and that's a typo there. That submission is actually tomorrow, not in July. Staff hires for Summer Jumpstart, that's happening right now with Summer Jumpstart money. The federal programs budget submission, that's also going on right now. Reopening school plans, we've sent you out information about that in depth. We've got committees meeting, and I'll be presenting about the remote reopening plan, which is Plan C tonight. That submits to the state in a few weeks. We've got some large federal and CARES purchases for the Summer Jumpstart for remote instruction that are coming up. Our school fees that we do every year with you will be coming to you. By August, we need to do that. That's in policy. Textbooks disbursement, that kind of depends on when the state gives it to us. We try to do it in the fall, but like last year it was very late, so as soon as we get it, we make a plan and we let you know what that's going to look like. And then the comprehensive reading plan is kind of a school improvement plan focused on reading. It's K-5, but the heavy focus of it is K-3. That'll be coming to you also for information.
Ms. Ishii, I have a question. There's been some conversation about a committee to assist with some planning for the reopening.
Yeah.
Do you know when would that committee be formed? Do you know?
So we sent out an invitation to community members and staff members for that meeting to happen July 8th. The invitation went out today. We've got 35 people on that committee. Again, it's a mixture of central office, principals, teachers, parents, community members, a large mix.
So any idea? Well, I can't.
So that's for
what you said. The first meeting of the committee, has that been decided, the date?
July 8th.
July the 8th?
Yeah. And that's for the Plan B reopening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the only for Plan B?
That meeting, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to report to you tonight in a few minutes about Plan C, which is the fully remote.
Okay, thank you. Yvette?
Okay. From Human Resources, the annual Title II budget plan and the funding for 2020 through 21 will be presented to you for board action. We're planning that now and looking at our carryover and use of that Title II plan for professional development and support with our teachers. So I'll be bringing that to the board for your board action. Monthly policies and will be reviewed monthly and in policy committee for board action. We're still going through the School Board Association spring policies, so that will continue to come to you monthly as well. And monthly will be the personnel report as we're gearing up for that, as we're completing the budget, any transfers, changes, hires with that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia?
For student services, as you know, the Student Services Committee meets regularly this time of year throughout the summer to hear requests for student transfers and student assignments. And then the results of those subcommittee meetings are brought to you every month. In addition to that, we have several MOUs, in particular, a couple related to vocational rehabilitation services that we'll be bringing you next month, and for our EC students. And then one of the big initiatives, the state passed Senate Bill 199 mandating that all staff be trained about recognizing signs of human trafficking and child abuse. And so at the board's request, we will be providing you with results about how that training is being implemented, and then at the end of this quarter about the effectiveness of that training based on some pre and post test results.
Move to support services. So just looking at the name there, we had some discussion about, I know as board members are used to facilities, but support services covers much more with transportation, child nutrition, that is underneath. So just wanted to keep in mind when you see that name, we're talking about the whole department area as well as athletics. So some of these you're used to, you'll see again, approval of the Fund for Project list for 2021. That'll be coming through the Facilities Committee as it has in the past to come to full board for approval. As well as you'll see the approval of the mechanical system service contract for Spring Creek Middle and Grantham Middle to include filtration on the loop there. You'll see that coming through Facilities Committee. It's time for us to look at renewing our service contract there. We have bidded out the driver's education service contract, so you'll see that come to you. Also, transportation communication plan for return to school, as Dr. Merrill mentioned earlier, and issued. That's an ongoing project that's working. We're trying to have a plan to come back to school, so you'll see some information there. We wanted to share the Defense Community Infrastructure Program, or the DCIP grant, with you. As you're aware, we submitted a grant for funding for a replacement Greenwood Middle School, so we want to share that with you so you can see that grant as well.
Dr. Harrell, have we had any response yet from Driver's Ed?
It's been put out, so I'm not aware yet what we have. The proposal's been put out on bidnet.com, so I can speak with finance upstairs to see if we've had. It's not closed yet.
Do we have a deadline date to get it?
Yes, sir, we do. I think it was opened up for about 2 weeks. We're still waiting for clarification from the state on when we can start back Driver's Ed. So.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I would also like to ask if we could possibly have some more information on our small capital projects. I know that Dr. Harrell has done some extensive work in evaluating all of our properties and has gone through and tried to make sure that we got many of those projects completed. But if we could get some kind of update on that, would be appreciated.
All right. Okay.
One thing, Dr. Harrell, I guess, has there been any discussion about the trustee? You got transportation communication plan for return to school. You know, you're hearing different things. That could impact our budget drastically if we have to do. I mean, because we're talking about maybe, and I don't know. I've heard different things, but what is your take? What have you heard as possibilities of what? I guess you don't know until we decide how we're going to reopen schools.
Right, and that's something that I know the committee that issue's been working on. We're looking at our plan for Plan B and what it would look like when we come back and how many students we can transport on a bus. Of course, we have more than one size bus. Remember, we have 72 passenger and 66 passenger. And if we limit one child per seat, we're looking at 22 to 24 children per run. So we are working on that, looking at in our plan and how that would impact the district. That's a great question.
And I think we just saw some suggestion today, Tim, that said, well, if the student wears the mask, then maybe they can be in every seat and we don't have to worry about 6 foot distance. So like so many other things, it's constantly changing, but transportation and the number of students on the bus could really be the tail that wags the dog of how well we can get back to school. And I am really concerned about just the logistics of how many runs you'd need to try and build in. One model had 12 runs per bus that I was looking at a week or so ago. So great question and a huge issue for us.
Well, Dr. Merrill, do you think that since they're looking at the math issue on buses, that they might also take that into consideration in classroom? As far as distancing?
Likely. That's probably the best I could answer right now, but likely, yeah. And then you've got supply issues available for students who enter a school, so ever-changing. Thank you, Tim, for that. Ken?
Hi. Good evening. Communications Public Relations will continue supporting the board operations by providing notices for all of your meetings, as well as improving the streaming and videotaping of all of your meetings, so that way those who don't feel comfortable coming to central services to watch via the lobby screen, or those that are watching from home, can hear and see all of the actions and discussions that are taking place here within this room. We'll also be providing support as needed as you move forward with your superintendent search, whether it's posting advertisements on the website or working with Dr. Merrill's assistant, Letitia Williams, for advertising as needed. And then, of course, for board spotlights, once those are permitted, if they're permitted at any point in the near future, we'll be working to support you by making sure those happen.
Thank you, Ken. I don't want to drag you through all the administratives, but if you've got questions here, and Ms. Burden, I know you had one in the administrative FYI.
Yes, just, what did that mean? I know administer advanced math placement request assessment.
That is a new law that was passed in order to help ensure that students were placed appropriately in math classes next year in the absence of EOG test data this year. So in a normal year, any student who makes a level 5 on the end of grade test in mathematics is to be placed in an advanced math class the following year. So think as 7th grade student scores a level 5 on the 7th grade EOG, they then go to the Math 1 class in 8th grade, okay? This year, with no EOG data, principals and teachers worked together to come up with what they believe would be an appropriate placement, but if the parent or student is dissatisfied with that placement, they have the right to request to take the EOG that they would have taken under normal circumstances, and if they score a level 5, they can basically be placed then in there. I do not know how much of that to expect. I know that we are trying to come up with a plan to get those assessments done prior to the start of school, because we want the students placed in the math class they're going to be in as quickly as we can. I think Andrew Bass is involved with that, along with the appropriate principals and other staff. Of course, the local testing coordinator is involved with that as well. But that is new for this year, and it's solely a response to COVID and the fact that we were not able to test as normal.
Okay, one more question, only because of your answer to me. Level 5 would get them into an advanced math class. What about level 4?
Level 4 is not required. In fact, what we've been told is if they do not make a level 4 this year, don't do it. Now, in the past, a level 4 wouldn't have kept you out. It just means that level 5 requires you to be placed in it.
Okay,
You
level
see,
5 requires, and level 4 is an option.
level 4 is an option.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions that you've seen as you've looked at any of the administrative pieces, I would invite you to, if you see something there, you can let us know later. Hey, let's move this up as an information item on one of the committees or a board meeting, something like that. But, conscious of your time and the length we took on this, happy to take any questions now or at another time if you wish.
Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Merrill?
Helpful at this point, this document?
Yes, it is, very helpful.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, remote instruction plan update, Ms. Ishii. Was that
Survey
Dr. Rand?
results is first.
Do what?
Survey is first. Yep.
This is the agenda I was handed when I walked in, so it's not.
It's all good. It's all good. Good evening, everyone. I believe Mr. Dirksen will broadcast. Thank you very much. So, can you hear me?
Yes,
Would you like me to go there? Absolutely. So it is my pleasure to present to you tonight some information about the remote learning student and parent feedback that we received. This is in response to the COVID-19 period of remote learning that we all survived in spring of 2020. So if you look at the survey respondents, back, next one. There you go. For the survey respondents, you can see that we administered 5 different surveys. We had one for our parents of students grades K2 and one for parents grades 3-5. That's because of the structure of the advanced ed survey that we used. And then we had student surveys for students in grades 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. The total numbers that you see there are pretty significant. However, the overall percentages are fairly low. So if I could address that in a couple of ways. We did publicize these surveys in several different ways. We did 2 district all-calls to parents, one on June the 1st and another one on June 13th, letting them know that the survey had opened and closed. It was posted on the landing page of our district website for the 3-week time period, and then our district tweeted out about the survey twice with the link in the tweet that you could click on, once on June the 1st and then again on June 13th. We're also pleased that several of our local community organizations retweeted the survey link, including the Goldsboro Housing Authority, so we appreciate that community support. And then we also shared it with principals at our principals meeting. Despite the publicizing of the survey, we only had about a 5% response rate. So please take that into consideration when we're talking about the responses that we got. They're really reflective of the respondents to the survey and may or may not be reflective of the population as a whole. However, it was at the end of the period of remote learning, and typically people who felt very passionately either that it went well or that were really frustrated over what happened were probably more likely to respond. So even though the response rate is low, I do want to say that we are very appreciative of every single family and student who responded and are carefully analyzing what they had to tell us.
What was the time frame they had to respond?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The survey was created with Advanced Ed Certified Content. This is our accrediting agency. They're a national organization, and you're very familiar with having just gone through the Advanced Ed reaccreditation process about a year ago, that we give Advanced Ed surveys regularly in our schools. Typically, though, the kids are in school, so we're able to get every student to respond, and we're able to get a more robust parent response rate. In this case, there were 25 multiple choice questions per survey and 2 open-ended responses. The open-ended responses for parents ask, what does the school need to know about your remote learning experience, and what do you think should change in the fall? For our students, it asks, what are you most hopeful about, and what do you think will change when you return to school in the fall, or whatever you go on to do next for those seniors who are graduating. For our K2 parents, the overarching response there for our responding families, you see that a majority of the people who responded to the survey did have internet connectivity and devices, and they were pleased that they felt supported by their children's school and their teachers, and we know that they're concerned about next year. I think what's very interesting here is that of the responding families, the families themselves were a primary source for their children's learning meaning that when students had a problem, the parents were the ones that were answering those questions because they didn't feel like they had sufficient access all the time to teachers. And that's a recurring theme throughout the survey that we want to address when we move into this in the fall. For our 3 through 5 parents, we saw a lot of similar things. The majority of families, again, who responded to the survey said that their children had internet access and access to a digital device and felt that the school met their expectations by providing the education that they wanted. The majority of the families were concerned that their children were not going to be ready for the next year. That's an understandable fear for whatever's going to happen next. And a majority said that their children felt lonely because they were deprived of the socialization opportunities that you get when you're in schools. So that's something that we're certainly going to take into consideration when we think about what fall might look like for our students. We may or may not be able to address that depending on the governor's response and the plan A, B, or C that we enter. But we do realize that socialization is an important thing for school-age children to have, and it's not something that we should consider, that we should take lightly when we make our decision for the future. The next survey that we summarize there are predominant themes from parents. So parents told us in a lot of their comments that they really would like to have had more remote face-to-face. Now that sounds strange, remote face-to-face, but what they said overwhelmingly is they appreciated being sent activities and worksheets and YouTube videos, but they really wanted their children to see the teacher's face on the screen. They wanted that synchronous, the teacher's teaching, maybe through Google Classroom, and the students are logged in and they're responding as a class. That's tough to do when you've got lots of things to balance, and it's tough for families that may not have internet at home that supports different kids being on the internet at the same time. So we know there are barriers to making that happen. However, that's what creates that sense of community and classroom among the children. So again, this is going to inform our remote learning plan as we realize this is something that they wanted. Working parents talked about the challenge and stress they had to work all day long and then be responsible for their children's schooling in the evening. We understand that stress, but from our perspective, or from the way we contribute to that perhaps, is that teachers may have offered office hours during a regular day, whereas when a parent had a question at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, then a teacher may or may not have been available to respond to that question. We know that parents said it may not be safe for students and their families if they return to school. They were worried about that. However, they also said in equally resounding fashion that children need socialization that school provides. Those two things are opposing. It's impossible to solve both of those, but we need to take it into consideration, which is why I said we need to really think about that synchronous face-to-face teaching that parents said they wanted. They also said that they would like more communication from their children's teachers. So families said when teachers called regularly, when people checked in with them regularly, when they asked questions, they appreciated that. And if a teacher did not check in with the family, you can believe they told us about that. I might have heard from them once in the beginning. I didn't hear from them later on. So overwhelmingly, we would say they wanted that regular contact. Next, if we move on to what our children had to say to us, our elementary students talked about learning best with help from someone at home. So that reinforces the parents saying that they felt the burden to be the teacher. That's a big barrier for us to overcome, but again, we need to figure out a way that children say when they had a question, they went to the teacher, which is what they would say to us if they're in school, instead of having to figure out how to get help from someone else at home. They also told us that they felt very safe learning from home. They felt their teachers cared about them, etc. I think we just lost it. That's okay. If you guys are okay, I'll continue. And our middle school students also gave us some really good feedback. What I found particularly interesting is that they said that it was harder than expected. A lot of kids, they're super tech savvy, they think they know how to do this, and then they found this being isolated, learning from home, to be much more challenging than they thought it would be. And they also said when they had a problem, they turned to someone at home first. Finally, our high school students, when they talk to us about having a problem, it could be a personal problem, something else, that's when they said they turned to someone at home for help with some kind of problem. But for their schoolwork, not surprisingly, high school students said they turned to the internet. They know how to Google answers, they know how to use the internet to find things, but I think it's really something we need to take note of, that for all 3 levels, they didn't say they turned first to their teacher. Now, the teacher obviously is not right there with them, but again, that's a problem that I think we need to solve, to have a remote learning plan that works effectively for our families, to have children who feel like they can turn to teachers for help. So to end this presentation, we believe that our Wayne County Public School students and their families that took the time to respond to this survey shared a variety of very thoughtful feedback. We know that they're conflicted about returning to school. They want things to be back to normal. We heard that over and over again. What do you hope for in the fall? I want to go back to school. I want to play sports. I want to be in clubs. I want to be in band. I want to see my friends. I want to learn from a teacher. I'm tired of teaching myself. They are craving normalcy. And at the same time, they're concerned about the continuation of the pandemic. They know they're going to be wearing masks. They're going to have to social distance. It's kind of shocking to me how quickly that term social distancing has become part of our vocabulary. I literally had 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders writing about social distancing on the responses that they typed in. So in closing, we would very much like to thank all of the survey respondents for the time that they took to share their thoughts. They have been very carefully read. We are sharing individual school responses with those principals so that they can get a better window into how things went for their own schools. As I told you, we did not have a robust enough response to have to sort this reliably. If you think about statistical reliability, you need a big enough response to be able to give good data to sort it school by school by school. That doesn't mean that the individual comments and results are not being shared individually with each principal so that they will read what their parents and students had to say, and then all of those people are part of the committee helping us to drive fall to inform what we're going to do next. We will be surveying our faculty members. Dr. Mason is going to be working with us with some of the HR requests, or the state level advice about things we need to be asking our teachers to prepare for returning in the fall. And we'll also be doing a very short survey for our families, asking some very pertinent questions about, if we return to school, will your children ride the bus? Helping us to plan for the future. So look for that as information gathering. So this was about reflection on how did it work, how did we do, and what do we need to do differently. And then the next questions will be about very targeted planning for the fall as our fall plans roll out. Questions?
I have a lot of comments and questions, but mostly comments. If that is okay for me to go ahead and
Yes,
do.
ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. Manning, if anything comes out as abrasive, it's not meant that way, but I have a lot of frustration within this situation. But my first is a question that either you or Mr. Dirksen may can answer. The digital survey that went out is not the same as the parent survey, correct? So when we had the initial survey, when school first went out?
The initial survey that was put out at the very beginning in mid-March was to assess students' needs at the time. Do you have internet access at home? Do you need a device from school? Those kinds of things.
Okay, very good. I tend to see myself as relatively engaged in some of these things. I'm going to ask if Mr. Falk or Dr. D'Amaco, did either of you see any of these surveys yourself with your children when they came through? Did either of you as a parent respond? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I have a specific reason for this. Maybe your spouses did.
Maybe.
Maybe?
My son he graduated March
Done.
17th.
Yeah, okay, very good. Mr. Falk, do you know if you did your parent survey of your children?
I did the parent survey.
Okay, I know we sat in here and did the digital one that one day, but I did not do the parent survey. I spoke with Dr. Manning very briefly through text when my children sat down to do the survey, and I was very unhappy with the survey that was presented to the students. I had one teacher that was amazing for sending daily, don't forget to do your survey, don't forget to do your survey. And so when I went into the school board website, I only found the student survey. I didn't find the parent survey. And that's obviously my mistake if you had 600 and some people that responded. But I don't tweet. I'm older. You know, I'm a digital immigrant, not a digital native. I did not get a call from the principal that I needed to do a survey. And so when I sat down and watched my children do their surveys, I was looking for where I could respond. Where can I give feedback? And so when we spoke, you said you would be providing the board with the questions that were on those surveys, and they're not here. And
I do have those for you that I'll be sending you electronically.
Okay, I really would have liked to have had those before the meeting, and Dr. Merrill, that's a problem that over the last 5 years I've had in general. There's a lot of things that come in front of the board that when we get here, we're shifting through papers trying to read and keep up, and then the public talks about how unprepared we are. We are unprepared because we're not getting things in advance to review, and that is a problem. So here's a question back from the parents that responded. You had 632 respond. It was like a 4.2%. Did that calculate for parents like myself that have 4 children in the system?
No.
Averaging.
And I appreciate you bringing that up. I had that conversation with the board member that asked me about that earlier. So obviously that's a common question. The way I calculated that is that each parent was assumed to be the parent of one child. We realized that many of our parents have multiple children, but that was a challenge because of the way the survey was calculated. So I can tell you the overall number of parents who responded, and that's an accurate number. I can tell you the overall number of students at each age level that responded. And then what I did is took the number, for example, of children in grades 3 through 12, and then the responses 3 through 12. And so that percentage is a low estimate. It might actually be a higher percentage of our parents, assuming that parents in that grade span had multiple children.
Okay, so I tend to think that all of the parents that I hang out with are intelligent. I was with a parent and a child yesterday speaking with them, and I asked them if they even knew about the survey. Neither one of them knew it. The teenager I completely understood because they told me, well, I've got 1,000 emails. I don't even look unless it's a class assignment. I get that from teenagers. The parent had no clue. So as a district, we've got to find a different way to maybe reach out. It might need to be by homeroom teachers. It might need to be a different way than what we're doing. But the parents didn't even know there was a survey. And I was very angry that I didn't have the opportunity, disappointed, not angry, very disappointed that I didn't have the opportunity to give that feedback I was looking for, because my daughter's school did an amazing job of giving me a calendar on Monday, so I knew what was expected the whole week. Then I had my other children, depending on the teacher, I might not have heard from the teacher the entire time. Obviously, you had that survey and I couldn't find it. So there's a problem. But, you know, I think this is a bad survey. One of the things that I had noticed when we were at the policy meeting and the other meeting that we had, it was curriculum a couple of weeks ago, the discussion came up that we were concerned about children's safety, we were concerned about their well-being, we were concerned about their social and emotional. 100% agree. But when I read this survey, that's how it was skewed, because again, I'm looking at what my children are doing. Let me roll this back. There was no way to know whether you got all 4 of my children's surveys. And I'll tell you why. Because I sat down on the computer, I put them in front of it, and it said select your school, high school, submit. It didn't tell me it said survey received, but when you backed up, it didn't attach it to an email of any way. So I don't know if you actually received 3 surveys from my boys or if you received 1 survey from my boys. Does that make sense?
Yes.
There was no way to track it with an email that it was different responses, or maybe somebody hit enter before they meant to and went back to finish. So again, we don't have a valid survey. And I know you said we have low data here, low turnout. I think it's even worse than that. So let me ask you a question, but I'm going to pose it as work. Do you feel safe working from home? Answer 1, most of the time, sometimes, or not at all. I mean, do you feel safe working from home most of the time, sometimes, or not at all?
So your question to me about that was that, and I fully understand that all of the time should have been a response.
All of the time should have absolutely been a response. And so we're sitting here and you're presenting it as the students felt safe at home. I don't know that they do, because they're putting most of the time. So am I even triggered in as a parent, well, not a parent, a supervisor, a staff member that's looking, well, if that child's putting most of the time, what's going on? Here was my favorite question, and it was choose 2 that best describe how you feel about how things are going on in your home. That's not a question about your remote learning. That's a personal question. So choose 2. Y'all work with me here. Number 1, I am hopeful things will be getting better soon. I try not to think about things. I worry about things a lot, or I'm not worried about things at home. Well, that's great if I could pick one option. So my daughter, being my daughter, goes, I'm going to select, I'm not worried about things at all at home, and I worry about things a lot. And then in the closing comments, she put, try to figure out what I meant. Because it was so bad that even my 6th grader knew the survey was ridiculous. We need this data. We need to know what to do going into the future. This survey didn't do it. And I appreciate your time of putting it together, but it was a bad survey. It should have never come in front of the parents, because all the questions were like that, and the board should be able to see that. Because your results, as nice and pretty as they look, I don't believe, are an actual reflection of the questions that were asked and the way they were presented. Because if I have to pick 2, I'm hopeful it'll get better. I try not to think about it. If I see that as a psychiatrist at a school, I'm terrified that my students are in trouble. How do I help them? Do I need to send the police? Or they're not worried at all. I was very disappointed in the surveys across the board. I don't think they did a good job, and we actually need this data going into the planning for the fall. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Manning? Comments?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a few comments based on the findings that we do have. I think I could concur with a lot of the things that have come out of that survey. For instance, I believe that there should be some form of more interaction between a student and a teacher. That's something that we can build into whatever our plan is. I think that we have to be concerned about that student support system that he has. They're relying on those support people and not the teachers. So we have to be concerned about that. It leads me to also believe that remediation is more and more of an issue for us as we begin this back to school reopening plan. So I see some positives out of this. And one of the other things I found very interesting is that the kids saw that it was hard for them to even stay focused at home trying to do their homework. So we've got a lot of challenges before us to try to correct some of those issues. But I hope that the committee that's looking at reopening will take all of these things into consideration. Thank you.
Dr. Manning, you said that you make telephone calls throughout the district?
Yes, ma'am, that was.
Ken normally does?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's the call that went to all the families. And Ms. Strickland, clearly if a lot of parents didn't locate the survey, we obviously didn't do enough, and I will certainly own and acknowledge that. The surveys were individual links on the landing page of the district website, and so there were possibly some teachers who we asked principals to ask their teachers to encourage completion of the surveys. We also asked teachers to work with families when they were giving them the end of the year feedback, which would have been their opportunity to share with parents the surveys. So I do know some principals did share those links. and that's probably why we got the parent link. But if a parent or if a teacher shared with their student the direct student link, then a parent, not knowing that there was another place, may have not known where to go find the parent link to that survey. You would have had to start at the initial place, which was the wcps.org, our website, and then there you would have found the individual parent survey links on that landing page. So again, we know that with the survey response, we needed more of a response from our families.
Is it possible that when we do that again, along with the telephone calls, we could put that on channel, is it channel 18 or 19?
18.
Channel 18?
I'll double check about that, but we can definitely put slides on there, and I'll check if we posted it. We did also post it on Facebook as well. I know on the first interaction, we had about 4,300 people that we hit with that, and then on the second one, it was about 3,200 people that were reached. So still, I mean, we have a lot more work to do to try to engage. We know the biggest challenge with this is a lot of the families that we would love to hear from don't have internet access. So even if they got the call,
They couldn't do it.
how do you do that survey? So we know there's a lot of challenges there.
And usually your call, when I receive it, if I wasn't there when you called, it shows on my home telephone, and I can go back and pull that message up. It comes back to me.
The message recorded and played, and I went looking for the parent survey and only found the student. And so that was going to be my mistake, but it just, the message said there's a survey, but it was never clear to me that there was a parent survey and a student survey that had to be completed. And again, without tracking the boys, I don't know if it actually submitted like it should. You'll be able to find Fancy's, it won't be a problem, because it tagged in as a middle school, and she's my sarcastic one. But the boys, I don't know if you got 1 or 3, because they had differing opinions. One of them was very stressed out from lack of personal interaction and needed socialization. The other 2 could have cared less.
It's interesting that you say that within your own family, because that's very representative of what we found across the district. There were people that were extremely satisfied, and there were people that were extremely frustrated. And I think that that's a harbinger of going back in the fall. There are people that desperately want the children back in school, and people that are very fearful of having children back in school. So we're going to find, as the limited data that we got showed, there's a lot of conflicting opinions.
Any other questions, comments from Dr. Manning? Thank you. Ms. Issue?
Ken, you want to pull up? All right, so I know it's getting confusing with all of these plans and these reopening plans, so I just want to explain it again, even though you've heard this already. The state has a reopening document that requires districts to have 3 different kinds of reopening plans. And one of those, the one that I'm going to talk to you about tonight, is Plan C. It's complete 100% remote instruction. We need a plan for that. And that plan is due to the state on July 20th. In addition, Mr. West, you had asked about a committee that's forming. That is to do the state's reopening Plan B, which is a hybrid remote and face-to-face option. And the committee will be working on that next week. And then Plan A is a sort of regular school with some moderate social distancing put in to try to protect students. The governor is scheduled to tell school districts on July 1st which plan to move forward to. Although, that being said, we've been told that any district who deems it necessary can revert to remote learning. They can go backwards to more stringent and safe. They can't, however, move forward. So if the governor says Plan B, we can't choose to do Plan A, but we could do Plan C. So I'm going to talk to you just about Plan C. The work that we've been doing for the last couple of months, while we were still in remote instruction, we started developing a plan for remote instruction. The state rolled out a template with 17 different required elements that needed to be in our plan. And again, that will be completed and submitted on July 20th. Okay, so I'm just going to give you kind of a high-level overview of where we are in this process right now. So beginning with gathering feedback and information, you know, we were talking with teachers. We were getting a lot of anecdotal feedback from parents, like Miss Strickland, who would text and call frequently with what she was going through with remote learning. She wasn't the only one. A lot of parents reached out to us. A lot of teachers and staff members reached out to us. Principals reached out to us. Students emailed us. So we were hearing through our whole remote learning period about what remote learning was like for people. We also did the survey, collected some other information, and Ms. Tart, who is actually the one who's rolled up her sleeves and dived in to develop the paper 17-part plan, she's been running PLC meetings with staff for months talking about remote learning and putting that all together, which is why she's here, because if you ask a hard question, I'm going to ask her to stand up and answer it. Okay, next page. So accessibility. How will we know that we are meeting the needs of our families and staff with remote learning? We rolled out a technology survey at the beginning of the remote learning period to see who needed what with devices, with connectivity. Some of our teachers couldn't even use their cell phones where they lived, so they couldn't reach out to families. We'll be doing that again. We'll be looking at this survey data and any additional surveys that we do in the next couple of weeks. We're getting all that stakeholder feedback, staff feedback through these PLC meetings. We've been talking with social workers, guidance counselors, teachers, administrators, doing a lot of outreach that's been going on, that's going to continue, that's all ongoing. So remote learning barriers. Don't think of remote learning and remote instruction as something that only happens with a gadget and Wi-Fi. Remote instruction is really defined as any instruction that happens when kids aren't in the school building. So, you know, that book that goes home, paper, pencil, packets, that's remote instruction. Having kids do a large project at home, that's remote instruction. It's not all in front of a screen. All right, so we have some technology that's been allocated through CARES to help us to purchase technology, to help us purchase some hotspots. We've got partnerships in the community, our partners in education folks, the Chamber, the YMCA, Boys and Girls Club, faith-based organizations. We are working hard because we've heard feedback with frustration with working with technology about having better tech support available and processes for parents and students to be able to access our district tech support, our teachers to be able to access our district tech support, because we have pretty great tech support here. We just need to put some better procedures in place so people can access it. So that's a need. We know we want to erase that frustration barrier as much as we can, and then have more and more offline learning options available to students. So again, it's all not based on the gadget. Next slide. Communication. Obviously, Mr. Dirksen is in the thick of it with that, but we've got a lot of publicizing to do, right? So we need to let people know what all the opportunities are that are out there, what the requirements are. The state, let's say, dropped the ball a little bit on requirements with this dive into remote learning, and then Dr. DeMacco said his son graduated in March, right? The requirements changed in a way that was frustrating to us. So they've assured us that's not going to happen this next time, whether we only have a few days of remote learning or whether we have a whole semester of remote learning. There will be requirements and expectations. We have to make sure parents and students are aware of that, because maybe they got in a bad habit and learned something from the first time we did remote learning that's going to change drastically this next time. So we'll be talking about that. If we're in full remote learning again, childcare is a big need. We know that. We have to let people know where they can access childcare options, whether those childcare places offer devices, internet connectivity, meal provisions, social emotional support, all the things that need to go on during a time when students aren't in our school buildings. We also, in talking about expectations, it's not just on the students, but also on the staff. Where are staff going to be when we do remote learning next time around? Our expectations right now is everybody who's working is working at their work site. So if it's safe and if we're not in a lockdown, staff will likely be in buildings while students are at home if we're in remote learning that way. We will follow governor's orders, we'll follow Health and Human Services, but right now, people are working from their work sites. So learning targets, what we expect of students, what we expect of staff, how support services are going to roll out, what's available, informing parents about all that, how we're going to do attendance, informing families about that, how we're going to engage people in the work. All of that we need to talk about and advertise and communicate, and over-communicate. So then all of this doesn't happen by magic. There's a lot of training and practice and support that goes into it. We need to have synchronous and asynchronous options for teachers, for students, because sometimes they really can't all log in at 10 o'clock and be part of the class meeting. But we want that option and that opportunity to be available because of this socialization. Same thing for staff. We have an awful lot of training that we need to do to help them be good at this. They need to be able to do some of that on their own time, but also in a synchronous way, so they're in groups together at times that we set. And parents need training. They can't be left totally out of the loop. We have to offer those options for parents as well. This isn't all, by the way, out of the goodness of our heart. This is part of the 17-point plan that the state's requiring of us to have. So training is ongoing now. It'll be through the summer. It'll be into the fall. It doesn't just stop when school starts. So the meat of this, the last slide, is what's our overarching goal? What we're tasked to do is have clear academic and social emotional learning targets for the students, to have standards-aligned curriculum and resources available, to have synchronous and asynchronous learning experience, to use evidence-based instructional strategies, to engage students, to motivate students, to use formative assessments that are aligned with standards, to give specific and consistent feedback to students about how they're doing, and to give feedback to teachers about how they're doing. To offer feedback on teachers' instructional plans, support them with training, and not forget about social and emotional support services that our students need. And honestly, this is what regular school is about, right? So just because we're remote, we can't not do these things. This is what school is. So that's all part of the plan that we'll be submitting on July 17th.
Any questions or comments from the position?
Can I ask one? But we didn't talk about this, so I'm just going to put you on the spot. As complicated as C is, I think I've heard you say you like this better than A and B.
Yes.
Why?
Okay, so this is the easy plan, believe it or not. Plan B, which is the hybrid of face-to-face and remote, starts bumping up against the number of students who can be in buses. We have occupancy requirements that in Plan B we can't have more than 50% occupancy in a building. So think about that. You start having alternate days of having students in school. Some days they're in school, some days they're not in school. We have to feed everybody. We have to have teachers available in order to socially distance and say, we split kids into different days or different times of days when they're in school and out of school. we still have to be delivering on all of these things that we're promising to do remotely. It's a massively difficult task, made all the more difficult by very specific rules and structures and mandates that are in a 116-page document that tells us how we have to do it. We get to pick what it looks like, but we have to meet all of these mandates. And it's just, we're putting 35 bright minds in a room together to bang this out and figure it out. We have a tiny, tiny, tiny window to make it all happen, and then school starts. So I'm terrified, actually, that we're going to have to do Plan B. But if we do, we'll be ready. Yeah.
In this plan, how are we addressing our EC students and the elementary students? K3, K5?
With difficulty. You know, EC students have IEPs that tell us what we need to do, and I believe there was a lot of rewriting of IEPs that were going on throughout the first remote learning period that will now need to be in place for if there's another remote learning period. Elementary, we've had a tough time. It's much more paper and pencil because kids just can't, without somebody helping them, dive into Google Classroom all on their own when they're 5 years old. We know that. So it's a lot of paper packets, it's a lot of books, it's Class Dojo, it's using different tools. We had some difficulty trying to figure out safe ways to transfer papers back and forth between families and the schools, so we've started looking into big boxes with UV lights to decontaminate papers that come back, all of those kinds of things. But it's tough. We did, part of what we're purchasing with technology for the younger kids are touchscreen Chromebooks, because we didn't have those before, so that will help. But again, I don't really know anybody who would want a 5-year-old in front of a screen for any length of time every single day. That's a terrifying thought.
And this is Plan C, which is totally remote learning.
Totally remote. And we do have, we're required, even if we go back to school 100%, regular school face-to-face, we're required this coming year to have 5 remote days that we pull out of the calendar. The first couple of those are in September, so we have to be ready with how do you do remote learning for those days. They're built into our new calendar.
Okay, anything, Mr. Henderson?
No, the only thing I would say is I'm not a strong proponent for C. I think it takes away the individualized efforts that need to be taken into consideration with some of these kids.
And the committee that's going to be meeting is going to be addressing Plan B.
Plan B.
Which is a hybrid.
It's a hybrid.
Okay.
It's face-to-face sometimes and remote other times. Yep.
Anything else, Ms. Fisher? Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Dr. Mason?
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
We have policies, letter G, for first reading, operational goals of the board, policy 2000. For first reading, the update there is under number 4, which includes policy 2120, code of ethics. Questions?
These are all first readings that you're going through now, if you want to go.
Those
Did you need that one
two-
voted on tonight?
No, sir. That one is not voted on. No. You have some information only.
Okay.
2121, board member conflict of interest is first reading. Information only is the board member technology use. This is a new policy recommended by the School Board Association. but this is for information only. This is not first reading.
But, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to reiterate that we have placed this on for information only, but we are also looking at this as possibly being a need to have this policy drafted. So we wanted to get some input back from the board before it was taken to policy committee, determine whether or not to move forward with developing the policy.
What is it about in terms of the board members' technology use?
Something like the laptops and stuff like that. How
Just
do-
the purchasing of them?
No, the use of
Use
it.
of,
The
use
use,
of it.
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
as far as.
What's allowed, what's
Okay,
not
not
allowed.
using personally, okay.
Mhm.
All right.
In the back, may I reference to you that you do have your policy spring updates. If you look at that guide, it gives you the recommendations from the School Board Association. And under the notes, it will give you the 3 guidelines for technology, the board member technology use, privacy expectations, use of the school system technology resources, compliance with public records requirements, and then guidelines for use of social media, both when used in the board member's personal capacity and in the member's capacity as a public official. So those are the recommendations.
And Mr. Chair, I think maybe for clarification, the reason that we're now going through these a little bit more slowly in these first reads is because we were finding over the past couple of years that when things would come in front of us for a first read, we just move them through. And then we'd come out for a second read, and then there'd be this monstrous discussion, and then the policy committee would have to look at it again, and then it would be delayed another month. And so understanding that there's no action needed, it might just be a situation where, you know, here we have all these first reads. Does anybody have one that they want to discuss? If not, then the policy committee can continue their work and then bring it back for final approval at the next meeting. But by having everyone look at them now, it's the hope that if you have a concern, you can go ahead and let us know now so we know what work to be doing at the next meeting. I hope I didn't say next meeting too many times.
Well, no, but I mean.
Yeah, but I'm.
We can, that's a practice we can have here for, so.
Yeah.
With any first readings, we should be able to discuss them and then.
And we don't really need to go through one by one and take the time, if we don't need to,
If
but.
there's questions.
Correct. That's what we're looking for. If Dr. DeMarco said, I'd really like to discuss 2120, then give us your feedback so we can then go back to the policy committee and work through it. So.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Mason.
Okay. So I'll move from there through policy J, policy 2120, Code of Ethics for school board members, first reading. Policy K, 2130, board member compensation and expenses. Letter L, policy 4120, domicile or residence requirements, first reading. M, policy 5050, emergency closings. And then information only, 7503, teleworking for information only. Do you have any questions or any comments from Mr. Henderson or Ms. Strickland as committee members?
I would just go back to policy 2120, I think it is, for a minute, to, Code of Ethics for school board members. Most of the times when we're signing the Code of Ethics forms, we're signing that Code of Ethics form for employees and not necessarily for the board. And therefore, we felt it was important that we also make board members responsible for a Code of Ethics as well, and that they would be required to sign annually about the Code of Ethics. So I'll just speak to that one. That's the change that has been added to that one.
Were they recommendations from the state?
Yeah, I think it was.
Mr. Chair, if I could be recognized, actually those recommendations came from not only the School Boards Association, but then in our policy committee meeting, there was a discussion that it seemed like the board should also do their Code of Excellence signing as a ritual, just to be in line with what we ask of our employees. So that.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with all of it, as board members, we're exposed to 101 ethics classes before we ever take a seat up here, so I'm shooting it anyway. Yes, this is all pertinent to that.
Well, Dr. Mason, the one that we signed,
Yes, ma'am.
wasn't that representative of us? We should have read it and know what we're supposed to follow.
Yes, ma'am. That is, so that is the employee code of excellence.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That is 7130.
7300.
7300, policy 7300, employee code of excellence. So that is their list of ethics to uphold. You all sign that as a board, as leaders for the employees to uphold those guiding principles.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So now we're gonna do one for board members.
If that is the wish
That's
of,
fine.
at the pleasure of the board.
I don't know, fine.
And it has also been recommended that, if this is approved, that we might want to consider putting up a big chart with the code of ethics right here, showing our signatures on it to kind of reinforce the message, so to speak.
That's
But
fine.
we'll be bringing that back to you for the second read and final read.
Any other questions for Dr. Mason? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this time it's time to approve our agenda. We have a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Do
before.
we need to make?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Before we approve the agenda, I would like to request that we remove item E under the consent agenda, the May 22nd minutes.
May 22nd.
Under consent, so it would be 5E.
Motion to remove E from the May 22nd minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Now we need to approve the agenda with the removal of 5E from the May 22nd minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agenda with the removal of 5E.
I second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Mayor, our next item of business is the Wayne County Board of Education's 2020-2021 interim budget resolution.
Sir, it's just a document that allows us, it's pretty standard business in most entities, public entities, allows us to bridge over into the next fiscal year before we've actually approved the budget, but it enables us to continue making payments, as you heard earlier, into July and keep doing work as a school system. So
Okay.
would request approval of that by the board.
At this time, I'll read the resolution. A resolution authorizing interim appropriations and disbursements resolved by the Wayne County Board of Education that pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 115C-434 interim budget, the Wayne County Board of Education hereby authorizes the disbursements of such amounts as may be necessary to pay salaries and wages of employees of Wayne County Public Schools, principal and interest of indebtedness, and all other usual ordinary expenses that may become due and payable during the interval between the beginning of the 2020-21 fiscal year and the adoption of the budget resolution for that year. Such expenditures to be chargeable to the proper budget funds hereafter adopted for the fiscal year, and the board hereby appropriates from the proper funds such amounts as may be necessary for the disbursements authorized by this resolution. The interim budget resolution for fiscal year 2020-2021 will give the Board of Education and the superintendent the authority to operate based on current known revenue projections for the current fiscal year, pending final authorization from the General Assembly and County Commissioners. Now, therefore, be it resolved, until such time as the Board of Education takes further action, following the time the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction releases the 2020-21 state fund allotments and federal planning allotments and county commissioners approve county appropriations, The Wayne County Board of Education hereby approves this interim budget resolution in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 115C-434, adopted and approved this 29th day of June 2020, signed by Don C. West, Chair. So I need a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Lewis.
Good evening. Bring before you tonight proposed Board of Education meeting dates for the 2020-2021 school year. I originally presented you with some options on May 18th that were aligned with current policy of meeting on the fourth Monday of the month. I believe your intention is possibly to change it back to the first Monday of the month. Later this evening, Policy 2010 is coming up for a vote in a little bit. If you do that, the draft that I'm presenting you here is intended to align with that, the first Monday of the month. There would be 3 exceptions to that. In the months of July, let's see, April and September, the meetings would actually be held on the second Monday of the month in order to avoid conflicts with holidays or traditional holiday weekends. So I bring that for a vote tonight.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve change of our meeting date?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you still have to stand, Dr. Lewis?
Yes, sir. The second document I bring you tonight is a revised non-traditional school calendar. This calendar would apply to the Wayne School of Engineering, Goldsboro High School, and the Wayne Early Middle College High School. When I brought you a calendar adjustment last month, it was for the traditional schools to align with recently passed legislation, Senate Bill 704, which required 5 additional face-to-face instructional days and the designation of 5 remote learning days built into the calendar. At the time that I brought you that, we thought that the non-traditional schools were exempt from that because they have calendar law waivers already in place. Since then, we have learned that they do not have an exemption from this particular adjustment to calendar, so they are expected to also add the 5 additional days and designate 5 remote learning days. I worked with the 3 principals to find ways to add those 5 additional days with no issues. And then for the remote learning days for them, we all agreed to just keep those as the same remote learning days that all the rest of the schools are going to be on, because we felt like that would create less of a hardship for parents who may have children at multiple schools. So I would ask you tonight to approve this revision to the non-traditional school calendar so that they are now, would then be in compliance with Senate Bill 704.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
2 questions. January 5th is in red.
Yes, that was originally scheduled to be a teacher work day on the first draft of this calendar that was previously approved. It is now needing to be a student day.
So red just means there was a change.
Red means
from
there
the
was a
last.
change.
Secondly, do you really think anybody's going to be here May 24th? I'm good.
So
that's a tough one.
Well, how about if I tell you this? All 3 of these are high schools.
Yeah.
Which means that that will be the 5th of 5 testing days at the school,
okay.
and it is for makeups only.
Okay,
so
very
you
good.
may have a handful, yes, ma'am.
Dr. Lewis, I see, it says August 6th and 7th have been added as student days. Is that, I guess that, it hadn't been changed up here where it says August 4th through 7th are designated work days.
Yeah, I'll make that correction before it's published. Those were originally designated work days. Thank you.
Any other questions? Have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you.
You're next on the
All
line.
right, one more. It is time for us to designate whether or not we intend to use alternative accountability models for 2 of our schools for next school year. You may remember that for a while now, we've been using an alternative accountability model at Edgewood Community Developmental School and Wayne Middle High Academy. Because of the special nature of those schools, the state offers us the opportunity to use a different means of evaluating them rather than the traditional method of 80% test scores, 20% growth. For the last several years, we've been using what the state refers to as option B for both of these schools. Option B is a combination of student persistence, which essentially means are the students continuing to remain in school and make some progress. Student achievement, which are the standard test scores that all schools have to deal with. But there's a much heavier emphasis on student growth in option B, and that's why we like it for Edgewood and for Wayne Middle High Academy. I have been in communication with both principals. Both principals prefer to remain on option B, but this is an annual designation that requires board approval, and so I'm asking you for that this evening.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? So we're approving option B, right?
Option B, yes, sir.
I guess, Ms. Cornetta, did you get the motion
Yes.
worded properly?
Okay.
Mr. Henderson?
You need a vote. You need to carry out your motion.
I was waiting to make sure she had the motion worded correctly.
I'm
Do you?
good. Yes, we're good.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Ms. Boltonhouse.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have put in board docs the actual lengthy plan that we've had to write, and I'll summarize and then answer any questions that you may have. We had to, well, at July 2019, the Congress changed and approved Perkins 5 from Perkins 4. So we had to reformulate everything, and so we are not going to be basing our growth on growing from last year. They have reformulated everything, taken our 18-19 data and our 17-18 data and averaged that together and started a new benchmark. So our 4-year graduation rate, our benchmark for this year should be 97.15. And just to kind of share some other things with you, Wayne County Public Schools as a whole, 18-19 graduation rate was 82.6. So CTE concentrators perform higher than the county average. Language arts, our benchmark is going to be 41.35. Wayne County Public Schools is 38.25. Math is, our benchmark is 35.55. Wayne County Public Schools is 22.75. Now science, we've not been addressing science in CTE, and our benchmark is 40.5, where Wayne County Public Schools is 41.4. So we will, in our honors portfolios, our teachers will be addressing science, putting science, direct correlation to science in their lesson plans, and that will be checked, and so that we can continue to excel in CTE. Our post-secondary placement is 93.7, our benchmark. The state is at 95. Our non-traditional placement, Wayne County benchmark is 31.84, with the state being 37.2. And non-traditional placement is students, girls that are in ag classes, boys who are in the nursing, allied health classes. So basing the non-traditional, having the girls in the manufacturing class, having the boys in the apparel classes. So that's where we try to encourage all the teachers to make sure all students are eligible to take whatever class they're interested in and not follow a stereotype of what they should do. Quality attained Post-secondary credentials, Wayne County is above the state average. We're at 25.15 because we do place a good emphasis on earning credentials that align to the courses. And then our proficiency, our benchmark will be 62.85, and the state is at 70.9. To do the local plan, first thing we had to do was a comprehensive local needs assessment, and there are 6 different parts of that. We took each part and addressed the stakeholders, whether it was principals, whether it was Dr. Manning, it was HR, it was our teachers, it was our Business Advisory Council, and rated our CTE department based on the stakeholders' observations. And what we have to do is, again, that's a benchmark, and we have to work to improve the next 2 years to keep our federal funding. Then our local narratives, it explains the different pages. I did a summary of our local course options, which is the Diesel Academy at Southern Wayne and the ag production that is offered at Spring Creek. Our state-approved career pathways, our workforce collaboration, our work-based learning, the different, I hope you had the opportunity to read the document because we put a lot of time into addressing what needs to be addressed and strategies and how we're going to use the funding to meet those strategies. And then the budgets, our federal budget, our state months of employment, and our state support funding. And those budgets were approved by Mr. Hayes back in March because there's steps that we had to take in CTE, but I understand that those are being looked at and adjustments will have to be made. Any questions?
I thought it was a good report, and it led us in the right direction. And I understand now why I think we've received more this time than normal, and that's because of the change.
Yes, ma'am.
From 4 to 5. Okay. I was wondering. I didn't know if there was a grant or something new, but I thank you for explaining that.
And in fact, we used to use a more antiquated online system, and now we're in CCIP, just like Title I. So we're in the same system.
Mm-hmm.
I have one thing.
Okay.
And this is me not being in the education system, so not always knowing. I know a lot of times you're expected to have a specific response, but as I was reading through this, my question with the what and the whys, and I don't know that you can answer it right now, but maybe you can. So there's 2 whats I'll point out that right at the beginning. So you're at like page 13. What? EC and economically disadvantaged students are not performing as well on Math EOC as other students. Why? Wayne County Public Schools expects all students to have math skills. That's not a why to me. And then when you get into the next one on page 16, Black and Hispanic students are not performing as well on science EOCs as other students. Why? Wayne County Schools expects all students to have the science scores. Is that what they're actually looking for? Or are they looking for us to explain what we think that why is? Because, again, as the layman, I know a lot of times it's the pieces underneath it, the strategy are building the why. Do you see what I'm asking?
Yes, and we had several rounds of online webinars and to having exactly.
Okay, so this is exactly what they wanted. They really wanted that why built into the rest of it. They didn't want that why in that statement.
Yes.
Okay, all right, well then I'm good, thank you.
And if you do notice, in case you're pages 2 through, 2, 3, and 4, those are blank, and that's because it's not been populated yet.
Gotcha.
So it's intentionally blank.
Info or action?
Action. It has to be
So
approved.
you will disapprove it.
All right, and if we submit it officially signed by tomorrow, then it will not hold up our federal dollars July 1st.
Okay. So do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second.
Motion and a second. So any discussion, questions? All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? Thank you, Ms. Bolthouse.
Thank you.
Dr. Manning.
The MOU that we're presenting to you tonight is for the Wayne Initiative for School Help and the Wayne County Board of Education. This is our annual WISH Memorandum of Agreement that our board approves every year. There are only a couple of changes. One of them is that we are adding Eastern Wayne High School as a WISH center beginning in the fall. We're very pleased with that, with a minimal amount of construction and a couple of existing classrooms at Eastern Wayne High School. We were able to reconfigure, including a space that already had much of what was needed for that, to have the clinic space available. So we're pleased that we can add another school. And then to get us in line with the law, the Jessica Lunsford Act, information about background checks has been added. Other than that, this is the typical MOA that you sign annually with WISH.
Need a motion to approve this memorandum of agreement.
I make a motion that we approve the memorandum of agreement, Wayne County Public Schools and Wayne Initiative for School Health.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Oh, yes, sir, I'm sorry. I'm really not picking on you, I promise.
It's okay. I know you still love me.
Do we have school nurses at these locations as well as the WISH Center? Or is this, you have WISH or you have a nurse?
It's actually a great question, and I appreciate you asking that. The answer is that you are required to have a school nurse assigned to every school. So right now, we have 20 school nurses plus a nurse supervisor. That's a total of 21 nurses for our 32 schools, or 32 school locations. The requirement for a school nurse to be assigned to every school site is because there are certain functions that a school nurse is required to do. For example, being in charge of auditing immunization records. That is a function that the school nurse does. In addition to that, enrolling in WISH is a choice. So when you think about WISH, it's actually a health clinic located at the school site. They typically have to be self-supporting. There's a little bit of money. Wayne County Public Schools serves as a pass-through. Our county commissioners give money. The Mount Olive County commissioners give some money because we have sites in Brockton and at Southern Wayne High School and at Mount Olive Middle School. There's some grant funding that they've gotten as well. But typically, if you think about WISH as a clinic, so the same way you might decide to enroll your child at Goldsboro Peds, you would enroll your child to go to the WISH Center if they needed a physical, if they had a sore throat, if they needed some kind of a health screen, whereas the school nurse is, excuse me, by statute, able to serve the needs of any child enrolled in that school.
I'm so glad you did such a thorough job explaining that because, I'm the anomaly with my children. And I did not allow my daughter to go to the WISH Center, which she's at engineering, and the WISH is over at Goldsboro High School. So when she had a problem and went to the nurse, she was refused. That's something I would love for you to look into, see if it was an accident that day because maybe it was the beginning of the year, or if there's some sort of a disconnect on how they're supposed to be serving the students. Because she had to go back to the classroom and call me to come up there. So if we could check into that, again, I'm going to be the weird one.
I absolutely will because the school nurse that is assigned to that campus. So I will add one caveat. Since we don't have currently a nurse for every campus, we typically have nurses assigned fewer days at sites with the WISH Center. Okay. So the Goldsboro High School School of Engineering site does not have a nurse on site every day. The WISH Center does operate daily, but the actual school nurse is shared between more than one site. And that's typical of a WISH Center to have a nurse be shared because they typically do less of the day-to-day health screening and more of the paperwork that's required of a school nurse. So it is possible that your child had an issue on a day that the nurse wasn't on campus,
Yep.
and was told, oh, but you can't go to WISH because you're not enrolled, because they're not allowed to see a patient at WISH that the parents have not filled out the enrollment paperwork for. But
That's good to
the
know,
child
because-
shouldn't have been refused. She could have been refused at the WISH center because she wasn't enrolled and the school nurse wasn't on site. But we try to be very clear that we still need nurses available and assigned to every school, because every child is entitled to health care, and parents who decide not to enroll in WISH, which is their choice, it's like selecting a physician provider, would need it from the school nurse.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Mason? All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, thank you. Okay, Dr. Mason.
Okay, I bring before you the following policies H through R that are for second reading, bringing your attention to policy letter H, policy 2010, bylaws of Wayne County Board of Education, is a request of the committee to bring that to you for a immediate action on first reading, with the rest of the policies that are all for second reading and your approval tonight.
Okay, let me ask a question, Dr. Mason.
Yes,
before
sir.
we go through these individually. Is there any board member who, do you want to treat these collectively as one and vote on them? Or is there one that you'd like to pull out and ask questions about? If it is, we can do it either way. If there's no questions about, and we want to move forward with the second reading on all of them, then we can just handle them as a group. Dr. Mason, if you want to just read them.
Yes, sir.
Letter, identify them by letter.
I will. Okay. Policy 2010, bylaws of the Wayne County Board of Education, board action on first reading tonight. Letter I, policy 3102, online instruction, second reading for action. Policy 3405, students at risk of academic failure. Policy 3560, Title I Parent and Family Engagement. Policy 3610, Counseling Program. Policy 4110, Immunization and Health Requirements for School Admission. Policy 4325, Drugs and Alcohol. Policy 5070, Public Records, Retention, Release, and Disposition. Policy 5070, Public Records, Retention, Release, and Disposition. I think I just said that, my apologies.
Yes, ma'am.
Policy 7500, Workday and Overtime. Policy 7505, Compliance with State Board and Education Employment Policies. And Policy 7540, Voluntary Shared Leave.
Okay, board members, do I have a motion to approve policies H through R?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve policies H through R. And I would like to also request, as a part of this motion, that we ask the person in charge of our health services, I think her name is Pam Anderson, if she would come to the policy committee meeting at our next meeting to discuss the issue of the MCV, the meningococcal virus, that has been a new requirement that was placed on this year for seniors. That's my motion.
Sir, Kim Kennedy is our lead school nurse. Miss Pam Anderson is actually the
Wayne.
person who's now in charge of WISH. Miss Anderson was our lead school nurse, interim school nurse. Now she's our interim director of the WISH Center with Holly Daly's departure. So did you want our lead school nurse?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Miss Kim Kennedy.
So, Ms. Cornetta, does that need to be part of that motion or not?
So, Mr. Henderson can make that request independent of that motion to adopt the policies. If you want to make it connected, I don't think that it's related to all the policies. My recommendation would be just to adopt the policies, and then separately, if you want to make that request, I'm sure staff will comply.
All right. Well, strike all the information regarding meningococcal, and I'll just make a motion to approve items H through R, policies H through R.
Okay, we have a second. Motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you, Dr. Mason.
Thank you.
Now you want to make a request that we...
Yes, I would like to ask Dr. Mason if she would have the school nurse come to our next policy committee meeting and inform us on their efforts regarding the MCV virus.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Lewis?
Good evening. I bring before you tonight purchase orders and contracts that by board policy require your approval. Items 1 and 2 on the list provided to you in board docs are related to the Summer Jump Start program. You heard mentioned earlier tonight of some special funding that has come from the state that is for specific things related to our response to COVID-19, and Summer Jump Start is one of those. This is a special PRC number 121 that can only be used for Summer Jump Start. And if we do not use this funding by the time Summer Jump Start is intended to be over, it reverts back to the state. So I'm asking for your approval to carry out purchases 1 and 2. Item number 3 is our annual renewal for our insurance. I have provided you with 3 options on there as quoted by our provider, Surrey Insurance. Options 1 and 2 provide the same basic coverage, with option 2 adding some minimal flood insurance for 3 of our locations. Those 3 locations are the maintenance facility, the School Street Early Learning Center, and the AP Exhaust administrative space that we lease over on Dixie Trail. These 3 areas sit in a floodplain such that flood insurance is recommended but not required. Option 3 that you see that is pretty significantly lower than options 1 and 2. The premium is lower there because the deductible on the property insurance is higher. In options 1 and 2, the deductible is $25,000 per instance. In option 3, the premium is lowered by raising that deductible to $50,000 per incident. So that would be the option that I would recommend to you tonight is option 3. That's based on the fact that our claims over the last couple of years related to the property insurance have been minimal. And so if you look at our past trends with filing insurance claims, it seems that the higher deductible would not present a problem for us as long as we continue to have success with that.
Dr. Lewis, may I ask you
Yes, sir.
a question?
Sure.
Did I understand you to say that this is the addition of the Dixie Trail property?
Yes, sir. We're required by the lease on that facility to carry insurance on that facility.
Is that, Dr. Merrill, we talked about some changes over there.
Yeah, I mean, we're exploring the ability to end a lease. It may be mid-fiscal year, though, and I would think, don't know that, we haven't asked the question, that we might get a prorated adjustment on the insurance.
Okay, all right. That's what I was just curious about.
Yeah, we're exploring that as well. The last item that you see there, item number 4, is some optional flood insurance that I wanted to bring you for those 3 facilities. The flood insurance as a separate policy is more extensive, provides greater coverage than the minimal that's included there in option 2 if you select that. We had discussions, I consulted with the board attorneys to make sure that the flood insurance truly is optional. We believe that it is. And so this is just for your information that flood insurance at a higher level is available if you were to choose to exercise item number 4 there. So what I'm asking for tonight is approval of items 1 and 2. I'm asking for approval to go with option 3 for the insurance, the property and general liability insurance. And then beyond that, we'd certainly entertain your thoughts on what to do about option 4. Option 4 is, item 4. Item 4 is actually something that, because it is optional, you could choose to table it and let Finance Committee take it up a little more in depth next month if you so choose.
Okay, do you want, let's discuss item 4, whether we need to send that back to finance or not before we entertain a motion, the other 3?
I think it should be sent back to the committee.
With some explanation of the need, the absolute need of it, so. Okay, so you want to make a motion to approve items 1, 2, and 3, with option 3 being the choice, and then we'll send the other back to finance?
And I just want clarification. 1 and 2 are actually coming out of the CARES funding. That's correct, right?
The summer.
Yes, sir. Summer Jumpstart Fund.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we approve items 1, 2, and 3, and with option 3 being the option that we would prefer.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you. Now, we need a motion to send 4 back to finance for further discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to the insurance policy, I would ask that Mr. Lewis, Dr. Lewis, look at, what did I do? Look at that policy and on pages 20 and 23. I think that still speaks to Mr. Hayes as being the finance officer.
Yes, sir. This was actually prepared as a price quote before. This normally would have come to you in the month of May, and that did not happen. So we're in the process of getting all of those references changed over, with not only with the insurance company, but with other agencies that the finance officer deals directly with.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Okay, it's time for our consent agenda. Need a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item E.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Strickland,
Oh.
read your.
Wait a minute.
Have you got it?
I don't believe I did. I've got the public comments.
Pat,
Yeah, but
you recognize Goldsboro House does not has a vacant.
it's not, it's on the
advisory
agenda. Well,
council.
okay, well, that thing was like
That,
85
Goldsboro
pages
High
long,
School
so,
has an advisory
there it
committee
is.
seat
Found it.
vacant.
there's so much up here, I'm so sorry. Okay, a consent agenda is a group of items passed with a single motion and a vote. These materials and/or items are routine business or have been thoroughly discussed in committee meetings, open to the public and attended by board members. No debate is allowed on any item included on the consent agenda. If a board member wants separate consideration of any item, it may be removed by request. And I apologize for not having my stuff straight.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you. Okay, board members, since,
Mr. Chair, but before we move into comment, I do want to make sure that we are aware that in the approval of this, we did also recognize that for Goldsboro High School, there is still a vacant seat on the school advisory council.
on the school what?
School advisory council for Goldsboro High School still has a vacant seat.
Talk about number I, letter I. Under I,
Yes, under I.
So are you saying that we need to remove that from the consent agenda?
No,
Okay.
I was just letting the board know
Okay.
that there is a vacant seat there.
Okay.
No action necessary.
Got it.
Okay. All right, Dr. DeMarco. Comments, sir?
Excuse me.
Ms. Purdy?
Yes, I'd like to, I thank, Dr. Mason for that follow-up from last month's closed session. I did receive it. And, Mr. Dirksen, I was very appreciative of the, update that you did following the board meeting, our last board meeting, and I hope that those will continue.
That's what our plans are.
Okay. And my concern, Dr. Manning, I know you were put in a difficult position because you cannot make people respond, but I too have a concern about the limited number of people responding, because everybody complains that we're not being transparent, we don't get the information out there, they don't have input. And there's only so much you can do. You know, if they don't take the newspaper, you put it in the newspaper. If you call them, you don't get a connection, or whatever we can do. But I just like to have more parents respond to that, to let us actually know what took place in their homes and how we can help them better educate the kids if we have to use full-time remote learning.
Is that it, Ms. Purdy?
That's it, I'm sorry.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes, I would first like to commend Dr. Merrill on the manner in which he has been conducting the boards and the openness and the communication that has been occurring with us. I really do appreciate that. That was something that has been missing for a long time. I'd like to thank the leadership team for all of their hard work in looking at this reopening situation. I know it's a headache for you, Ms. Ishii, but maybe after December we can calm down a little bit. But I know that I want to express my appreciation, because I know it's difficult for all of us right now, from HR to accountability to teaching and learning to support services. But you're doing an admirable job throughout all of this. I'd also like to thank Mr. Kevin Smith, principal at Southern Wayne High School, for the beautiful Southern Wayne mask that I have received, along with another board member of ours. So it shows me that our principals are really getting geared up and prepared for the opening of schools. So I'm very thankful for that. And I do again want to raise the issue of the student transfers in the moratorium, that we will place that on the agenda for some robust discussion, particularly as it relates to the COVID situation that we're dealing in right now, that we might need to be allowing our parents a little bit more flexibility in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Falk?
I spent most of yesterday figuring out what I want to say in my board comments today. First off, I need to thank, I can't say his name, so I'll just thank school operations specialists for all that they've done and the news they've given us this evening. I don't know about the rest of it, but it takes a whole lot of burden off of my back to see that we're nowhere near the hole or bad shape that we've been purported to be in. And there's light at the end of the tunnel, Dr. Merrill. But still, I did spend a lot of time, so I'm going to go over what I went over all even yesterday after church. The question keeps coming to me, where is all that missing money that y'all have lost? Who stole all of your $5 million? Where is it? And I think at this point it's pretty clear nobody stole any money. There's been no criminal activity. There's several things that are attributed to our deficit spending. And I'm going to go over just a couple of them. I've watched board meeting videos for before I got on this board, trying to learn more and learn more. And February the 26th, 2018 sticks out. Of course, Aaron, I'll just call him Aaron, has already gone over this, but in that Board of Education meeting, it was a 5-2 vote to preempt the state's K-3 class size reduction. There was 2 dissenting votes, and they noted the inability to pay for the 23 teachers needed for those additional staff members in those classes. One even asked the finance director in that video if there were funds to pay for those additional teachers. And you can't see him, but you can hear the finance director say, no, there is no funds to pay for those. In other discussion, it was noted that schools had a $5 million fund balance. In defense of those board members that voted for that, they were told they had the funds, the fund balance. You could use that fund balance to pay for those additional teachers for those low-performing schools. And I don't fault anybody for wanting to help those low-performing schools. It was estimated that with benefits, the teachers needed for those spots would cost the district over $1.5 million per year prior to the state funding those teachers. So that was 4 years worth of $1.5 million that we were going to take out of our local dollars to pay for those teachers prior to the state saying you got to have them. According to financial records that I've looked at, there was no $5 million fund balance at the time. There was a $1.7 million fund balance, best I can tell, and I'm not a CPA. In other words, just this one thing alone, within less than 2 years, the fund balance would have been gone to spend that $1.5 million needed for those extra teachers. And like I said, in the board member's defense, they were going on information that wasn't technically correct. Another thing, as I've said on numerous occasions since I became on this board last year, school finance is as you can see what we went through tonight, it's not an easy thing. It's not, as some people have said, don't you know how to bounce a checkbook? Well, yeah, I know how to bounce a checkbook. I've got a business, but even in my business, I have financial people that tell me what should I do. I got bookkeepers, CPAs. They tell me you should be doing this, you should be doing that. And as soon as I find out they're not telling me the truth, well, I'm going to find me a new CPA, I'm going to find me a new bookkeeper. So in defense of these board members that were here before I was, when you're getting information that isn't exactly what you think it ought to be, what do you do but find new people? Wayne County Public Schools depends on basically 3 sources of revenue. They got federal dollars, state dollars, and local dollars. The federal dollars are provided to us, and pretty much every dollar is mandated how it has to be used. And we can't use those federal dollars to pay for anything other than federal programs under penalty of federal law. And I think if Dr. Artis was here, she could tell you we have a positive fund balance in our federal programs because we have to have something like $1.5, $1.7 million every year to start those federal programs because you don't get them until October or so. State dollars. The state of North Carolina provides us the funds for our teachers to teach our kids. They provide those teachers using their formulas that they see to provide us with a basic education. So they take our ADM, which is our average daily membership, and they say, okay, according to the formula, to get a basic education, you need this many teachers. I guess this board, long before I came here, has felt that Wayne County students, they should have more than just a basic education. We want them to have the best quality education we can provide, and we feel like it takes more than the number of teachers that the state provides us. So what do? We provide those teachers, and we take it out of our local dollars. Local dollars, that's where we get from mine and yours property taxes. Some from sales tax. Our local government or county commissioners provide for our facilities. They provide for transportation workers, transportation mechanics for our buses, building maintenance. and the teachers that we think we need, but the state says we don't. Some of that's called enhancement teachers, your art classes, your music classes, your PEs, your other things, etc. One estimate that cost for a teacher with benefits is around $68,000. Currently, Wayne County Public Schools has between 90 and 100 of those teachers that are being paid for out of our local dollars. Not by the state, but by our local dollars. I'm going to use the 90 numbers because Dr. Lewis told me it might be closer to 90, that there are some funds that help for those other 10. So for those 90 teachers, that's $6 million, $120,000 every year that we have to have out of our local dollars. So to be fair, we've been paying that for a little while, so that didn't just magically jump up and cause our problem all of a sudden. But our teachers have gotten some substantial pay raises. So I'm just going to use my figures and say that prior to the pay raises, it was probably $50,000 per teacher, which was $4.5 million that we spent every year for those extra teachers. That's an increase of over $1.6 million with no increase from our local funding revenue. That's $3.1 million every year that we've been spending if you include the K-3 class size reduction and the extra teachers that we feel like are pretty important to our quality education. Well, even if we had a $5 million fund balance 4 years ago, if you spend $3.1 million every year that you don't have, that fund balance is going to disappear real quick. So in the last 2 years, our district has had to endure an increase of over $3.1 million per year with no increase in funding, all in an effort to preserve our programs and preserve the teachers that we feel like we need. Now let me stop right here and explain something, because I've taken a lot of heat from some of my good friends that are county commissioners, that people have talked to me out in the street and I've told them how I feel, and they put on Facebook how VNFOG said the commissioners are rooking the school board. Well, that ain't so. I haven't tried to put down any county commissioners. In fact, I think they got a harder job than we do trying to fund our schools and the rest of the county. I'm in no way bashing our commissioners. I'm only trying to let you people, the public that are seeing or listening or however you're going to get this information, that when you turn to social media for your knowledge base, that's not all the true picture that you're getting. It's complicated. The Wayne County Public Schools have been providing more teachers than the state will pay for many years. The Board of Education has done everything they can to continue to provide the level of education we feel is appropriate. And to the commissioners' positive, the only way that they can fund those teachers for us is to raise your taxes, and they have not had to do that. We're in this funding situation because the board has done their best to not cut our offerings or any teacher positions. On numerous occasions since I have been on this time, my short time here, there have been many times when a lot of the administrative staff has stood up and told us about new programs we want to get and how much it'll cost. And I can't tell you how many times we said, have we got the funds to do it? And we've always been told, yes, the money's there. There again, we've got to do a better job of, I think these quarterly financial reports will help us go a long ways in making those decisions and not just have to listen to somebody say, yeah, you got the money to do it. Now, for any of you, and I wrote this yesterday, not before I heard all these people talking, but now for any of those out there who have called for our chairman to resign, let me be clear. Chairman West is the very reason, he's the very person we're in this situation right now. Not because of anything he did wrong, but because of the fact that he actually is the one that learned our fund balance was not what it had been purported to be. He called me on the phone one evening to say, hey, we got a problem. He didn't try and hide it from anybody. He was very quick in bringing it to everyone's attention, being clear, being transparent. Yeah, people started resigning, and this thing started snowballing.
He did not try and hide it behind closed doors. He actually instigated the changes that we're now experiencing, which are positive, as we can see through the program we had tonight from School Operations Specialist. For all those suggesting that the entire board step down, you can put 7 new board members up here tonight, and they will be in the same boat we are in right now. They will not be able to increase our funding because we have no statutory authority to increase our funding. They will still be faced with the same number of excess teachers as dictated by our state. They will have the same facilities in need of millions of dollars in repairs and upkeep. And to those threatening me with replacement in November, threaten away. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I have a life outside of the Wayne County Board of Education. It's been said that all 7 of us up here are for power and money, and that's why we're here. I can promise you, the $975 they pay me a month, I think has been equated to about $2 an hour for the time we've been putting in. The amount of money I have to pay people to go run my business while I'm up here with y'all, I'm losing money, folks. Power. You just don't know till you get up here how much power you lose. As soon as you get up here and you take board 101, new board member 101, you've lost all the power you thought you were going to have, because now you cannot say this and you cannot say that. The federal government tells you what you can do and what you can't do. The state tells you what you can and can't do. And you already know we don't have any money. We lost power. When I was not a board member, I had a whole lot more say. I was out there and I could say anything I wanted to about anybody I wanted to, and not anymore. For those that don't think I know what I'm talking about, I'm married to a veteran teacher. She started teaching one of these unfunded enhancement classes back in 1992. She was going to change the world. I'm living daily with the ups and downs our teachers face daily. I still have 4 children in the Wayne County Public Schools wanting that quality education, not a basic education, but the quality education. I'm living daily with the good, the bad, and the ugly of what our students are putting up with. Make no doubt about it, I'm enjoying serving you on this board, and I will fight with all my being until I'm no longer here to provide anything for our students but the best education. And nothing upsets me more than the thought of losing teachers because we can't afford them, and I would continue to push for ways to keep them employed and teaching a quality education to my children and your children. It's just, that's it. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. DeMarco, I was going to let you have one.
That was a hard one to follow up with. Holy cow. Well, no truer words are spoken. And, but on a brighter note, every morning I get to the office, I turn on my email and I check all the business stuff and get things rolling. And of course I have to flip over to my school board email and suffer the slings and arrows that are being thrown at us, and more so these last few weeks. But I do want to say that I received an overwhelming amount of emails from parents of seniors in the Wayne County School District who were so thankful that we gave those kids the graduation that they got over the last week and a half. And everything was positive, and it was, a couple of the emails just brought tears to your eyes just reading what the parents said. And it's, I wish everyone could have seen all that. But I just want to thank all you guys for the leadership team for what you did for those kids, and it was very, very appreciated by the parents. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Doc. Ms. Strickland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I really feel like I need to pass the plate and say thank you, Brother Vin. That was very well done and very well said, because it is, and if you had just gone ahead and thrown in the reduction in developmental day funding, that we have continued to cover. I think that's the only thing that might have.
I had that and charter schools and
Yeah.
I figured I'd let
Yeah,
somebody else.
we've lost over $1 million a year the last 2 years because the federal government redefined developmental day funding. So my Sunday school teacher, which is also our associate pastor at my church, recently said we should take the viewpoint of Christ and don't defend ourselves, just speak the truth and be done with it. So I'm going to be very careful to try not to defend myself right now and speak the truth in what I'm going to say. Dr. Manning, you know I was not attacking you earlier, correct?
Absolutely.
You know that I adore you and I respect you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I have received, and Ken, you as well, because as much as you do with all of our pushing of all of the media, I thought that I was clear when I said I got the phone calls and I got the emails, but I just must have missed the parent survey. I probably got wrapped up in the kids piece. I didn't see the parent survey. Not saying it didn't go out, saying I didn't see it. But I had someone at one of our schools screenshot, because y'all know I've got kids at multiple schools, so we use that as cover. But one of the parents / employees sent, please have facts straight. So the facts are, you probably did send it. I didn't see it. I thought I said that, but maybe I didn't. So no, I was not attacking you. I think the survey was invalid. I think we need the information, and I would like a greater response. I can partially blame COVID, I think, for the lower response, because parents are overwhelmed right now. Not only were they still doing their full-time jobs or not working because they were laid off and dealing with that stress, they were helping to educate their children. So me not seeing something on a page, yeah, it's going to happen. I would love to know which schools had your best responses, because I think you would see which of your administrators were really putting it out there. And I'm telling you, I had some awesome teachers at my schools. It was hitting my email every day from those teachers. Students, you need to respond. Students, you need to respond, because my kids' emails come to me. I'm that mom. I'm going to read their emails. I just missed it, so that's on me. So no defense, stating the facts. But no, I was not attacking you at all.
I did not interpret it that way.
Thank you so very much. And to the person that's not happy with me, I know you're watching. I didn't see it. You did your job. It was my fault. It happens. That's the way it is. But I will say very clearly, though, that the one parent that told me that they did the parent survey was also a teacher. So I don't know how we bridge that gap again, because of not necessarily having internet, not necessarily having the paper. It is a constant struggle we're always going to have. And I know that you guys are working so many hours right now, bless you. Everybody's doing the best they can. I hope that we can get more data going forward, because we all want to do the very best we can for the students and the parents. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland. I'll be brief, because I know we've been here a long time. I would like to say one thing. These are all uncharted waters for every one of us in education. And I would like to say thank you to Dr. Merrill for your leadership. Thank you to the leadership team for the many, many hours you were putting in, and the new hats that you're wearing, Dr. Lewis and others. And I'd like to also thank Aaron from School Operations Specialist. That was very, very inviting news for us tonight to actually get facts. And he gave us some facts tonight that we were able to share and the public. And I really appreciate his report. And I think it was a breath of fresh air for all of us after the last 3 weeks. But I do appreciate him reporting the facts. And I'd also like to say thank you to Ken Dirksen for the hard work you do. I appreciate your summary of our board meeting, and I think that's a practice that we're going to continue to do for the public, so that the next morning after any board meeting, committee meeting, whatever special called meeting we have, that Wayne County Public Schools steps to the forefront and reports the facts and what the intent of the board was and what the meeting was about. And I think that's very good information not only for the school district, but for everyone in the county, all parents, students, and I do thank you for that. With that said, other than that, thank you, board, for all your hard work. As far as me in the chairman's seat, you know, I've served on this board for 10 years, and I've done my best to do the best that I could do for every student and every parent and every employee. And I will continue to do that to the best of my ability. Thank you, Mr. Falk, for your support. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our superintendent, if you have any comments, sir.
No, sir, none tonight.
Okay, well, who wants to give the motion to adjourn? I think Mr. Henderson.
To adjourn.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your right hand. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think you do a fine job, and thank you.